Alright, so we should be live on YouTube and Twitch. My apologies, YouTube. I just finished like a 4 or 5 hour segment with Sui doing some farming simulator. Oh, I didn't update my category. And I did just completely accidentally forget to start the YouTube stream, so my apologies for that. It was just kind of one of those things that with the stream together, I had to do a bunch of stuff outside my normal process. And it did end up being a thing that because of that, I ended up losing track of what I've been working on and forgot about it. So my apologies. Twitch is my main platform, so that's usually the thing I always keep my eye on. So my apologies for missing you. Oh yeah, we got a Daycon or whatever that is. Let's go ahead and I should have a bull in here. But yeah, where we left off is we were working on. We were working on trying to reach, there's a town next to us. Not really next to us, but there's a town nearby, and we were working on getting into there. So we got some berries that are going stale, so let's eat those. As we're working on that, we've got ourselves a bunch more sheep. We're up to 5 or 6 sheep now. I did rearrange these bars. It's still minimal display bars. I just rearranged them, made them larger so they're easier to see, that kind of thing. But it's still the same mod telling us the same information. Okay, adult healthy. Attitude stressed. Calm and healthy. Calm and healthy. Just taking a quick inventory. Alright, how are we doing on food for all these sheep as we're slowly building up our numbers? We're still at 15, so that's amazing how long that lasts. Alright, so we got all that. I just couldn't remember where our sheep were at. We are at the range that we can have another helicopter. Like, basically any time. And so that's one concern we've got on our shoulders. Oh, I forgot. I've got you as well. Why did I cut down these logs? It's fine. I'm gonna leave the broken stick alone. So yeah, so what we're working on, for those who missed the last stream, we didn't miss a lot in the last stream just because of the fact that it ended up, I started stream, I had like no sleep. I only got it to about 4 hours. I'm like, I am so exhausted, I stopped. But as you'll recall, we were saying I was going to get over here. So I went over here, cleaned the last of these buildings out, and we did push down this road, got to right about the edge of town. And that's been going relatively well. We haven't run that thing where you just slam into a wall of zombies and progress stops. But we have been having to fight through them. We are working on a bunch of stuff because we started to put a focus on wanting to get blacksmithing and all that off the ground. I just remembered I need to show my objectives again. We can do this. So we are trying to hit carving 1, get a hold of a sack of sand, and napping 2. Because I need napping 2 for the chisel to make my anvil. And I need the carving 1 to make... What's the carving 1? I don't remember. One of the 2 of those is for making the chisel. And the other one... Basically, I need that stuff for making the anvil and forge. That's all we need to know. Those are the 3 things I need for an anvil and forge. So we're working that, learning, talking about like that moment when you get, oh yeah, where like RimWorld offers you an incredibly good reward, but then crashes before the autosave kicks in, so you just don't get it. I've only had that once or twice where I think I had one that was offering me 2 resurrection mech serum. I was like, what? And then crashed afterwards. Granted, I luckily didn't end up needing either of them. But it's as well as ones, it's like, you've offered me the world. Why would you do this and take it back from me? Yeah, so we're in the range that the helicopter can do that. Do you know how animal tracking works? I believe you go someplace where there animals have been, and it will show you their footprints, so you can track them. But it only matters if you are already in an area that the animals are running through. So, like, if I'm going here and I track for footprints, I will literally never find them because there's no animals here. Whereas if I go somewhere that, like, deer and rabbits and something like that have been around, I believe you will see if an animal has gone through that area recently, and I think it will indicate what direction. Yeah, exactly, Lardine. So it's not something you would go over here and expect to see a different result. You have to go to where that thing is. So unlike other stuff in the game, when it comes to foraging, where it kind of makes the thing appear into the world, like there's like a rolling loot or whatever, with the animal tracks, it is detecting something that exists in a more long-term manner. Alright. So this fog really sucks, because that's going to make fighting annoying, but that's fine. One of the other things we did do is so I don't have to run the entire way to and from this area day after day. We did set up that house that's halfway in between, where I can pop in there and sleep overnight. We just did go back the last time. I can't remember what we found. We found some stuff that weighed a bunch. I'm like, yeah, let's bring this back. It's probably worth our time. Alright, so yeah, severe thunderstorm warning in 5 days. And no helicopter. You made a heli hut? Oh, no, it wasn't for the helicopter. The point of the area up there is we do lose like an in-game hour or two walking all the way out to this place each day when I go back and forth. And because I don't have a car or anything like that yet, I really can't cut back on that time much. And so this is just entirely about doing what I can to reduce wasted time. And so like the run back and forth. Later on, have you had the third helicopter yet? No. We are in range now that it can happen though. So I'm keeping an eye on the radio. But it could take anywhere from like 10 days to I know we've seen up in the area of 20s between helicopters. I don't really know what the max range it can go, but it's decent. It's pretty high up. Alright. And we are slowly cooking more and more. Cool. That's actually a really good salad. That's a legit salad. Yeah, part of the reason I made these bars bigger is they let people at a glance see kind of what my situation is. Sure, the Moodles give a little bit of communication. Like, if you look over here and that white bar is full, you know my character is, like, just starting out with stuff, is pretty good off. That kind of tannish colored bar right there, that's how sleepy we are. So you know if that starts to fill up, like, things are actually pretty bad. That's our temperature. That probably won't matter at all this entire run, but it can be good for demonstrating, like, how wearing too much armor and all that can be really negatively impactful to your character. The last one is our calories. That's whether we're gaining or losing weight. And, you know, right now we're just solidly losing weight. The sheep are not reproducing yet, so I can't get milk. So we're just kind of living with that reality. This fog is thick. Yep. 3 Cs. Yeah, I'm gonna do it once around the farm that we retreat to. That way, if anything's changed, any zombies have moved around, we catch anyone who's, you know, close enough to be a problem. Yeah, so I wonder if I switch that to animal tracks. It started to show. But yeah, so like the animal tracks, I should have been able to see potentially where those rabbits' path were, but I'm not really sure. I haven't done much with it. Because unfortunately right now, hunting is pretty underwhelming. So I'm not seeing any heads of any zombies poked over here, so we're probably fine. So I'm going to keep pushing just out that way. Come back to that later. Alright. Because that's all we're doing, is we're making sure that place is still clear for me to retreat to. That's kind of our way station, whatever you want to call it. Oh, that's a tomato. We can add that to our salad, make it even fancier. The 20-something hunger salad going on right there. If you wanted meat, would getting a pig be easier? No. So the problem, I mean, yes. But the problem right now is the purpose of meat in this game is to gain weight versus like veggies are to lose weight. And right now, anything involving butchering seems to be pretty unusable for gaining weight. So getting a pig, like I said, we butchered 4 adult pigs, and that literally didn't give me enough meat to like even slow down my weight loss. Does the butchering hook change the quality? It helps, but the problem was still that the calories you get from it seem to be negligible. And then you'd have to sit there and do all that. From what I found out from other people testing, that even using like a lot of the stuff, they still didn't get remotely enough calories to gain weight. And it could be that when you get to like 8 and 9 butchering and all that, but even then I've heard like 10 butchering a deer on the field, you still can't even sustain your weight on it. I do think it's just something that just needs to be adjusted tuning-wise. Like, it's not intended to be that way, it's just, you know, it's not balanced yet. So that does mean basically right now your choices are trapping, milk, trapping, butter, or fishing. If you want to sustain weight. But that's just, you're doing an unstable branch. And for the record, if you start at a heavyweight, you last about 3 months before it starts to get dangerous. With weight loss. If you start with a lighter weight, I imagine it's probably about 1 in-game month that you survive on 1 character. And 41, it was just fishing? Well, it was fishing and trapping were the ways you could sustainably gain weight. And trapping probably still does work in this one. I haven't gotten to doing anything in trapping, really. We've been working on just trying to get the other stuff up and running, because the problem with trapping is you need bait. And that's going to require a bunch of other stuff. Let's see, a suggestion you put forward is adding lard to the butchering of medium plus animals. And then apply must be, let's see, then apply the must be in a meal thing with butter and lard. Force up the devs. I think it's okay if the butter and lard doesn't need to be in a meal kind of thing. You know, they've got the penalties they've got for better or worse. I do think the butter, the amount we get, probably needs to be toned down. I just really hope they focus on getting the other stuff boosted up before they touch bringing any of that down, so you don't end up in a situation where just trying to keep your weight up is extremely grindy. You're trapping way, basically walked up the rabbit. Right, and the rabbit we walked up to, we got barely anything out of it. Versus the ones I've trapped in the past, I've gotten pretty good stuff out of it. So I don't know if it's one of those things like the trapping rabbits are just bigger to begin with. It could even be that we check trapping and then find out those rabbits, we aren't getting much out of them either. Alright. That was a weird, I like hung in the air for a solid minute before it was allowed to go anywhere thing. With they applied meals to chickpeas and beans, they balanced the butter. Make it 5K instead of 500 milliliters. I mean, I'm okay with that. Like, I think that would be fine anyways. It'd be a very easy to solve problem as well. Like, it wouldn't be one of those things you're like, oh man, this is so terrible, yada yada. So let's eat half that salad because it's a chonking big salad. But to give you an idea on the vegetables, that gave me 0.015 calories so far as like this of the 1 ratio. So I got 1%, about 1.5% of what I could potentially hold in calories. But the idea of eating a raw stick of butter is just sort of silly, although we both know strange people whom eat bowls of salt and whatnot. It's just not natural. This is why I suggested make it a meal. Yeah, no, it's a thing. I've actually been aware of people who just have eaten butter. Just butter. They're not people who have done particularly well health-wise, as one can imagine. But yeah, no, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Like, I don't really care about the realism side about, like, could you eat a stick of butter? Sure, absolutely. But right now, considering sadness as far as penalties go in the game is pretty minor. It's a very minor consequence. The negative of eating butter, of making your character a bit sad, is not really that big a deal. Especially since you just pet the cow and you feel better. They made the comment a few times. I wish they would rework sadness to be a little stickier, both up and down. So you wouldn't be able to just do like one thing and you just bottomed out your happiness super fast. Let's move down here for a second, drop you off. Some of these weapons last no time at all. Alright. You hit their attack speed? Yeah, my big comment of what I think it'd be good, one, for have it so happiness and sadness move a bit slower. Like, both up and down. It should be something that you slowly build yourself up to being happy and slowly come down to being sad. People be like, no, that's not realistic. You might see something sad and be instantly sad. Yes, I understand. I get it. Realism can see itself at the door. It's not welcome here. But you get the idea. That's a slow build up, slow build down. And you can have stuff that compounds and makes it worse and all that and yada yada. Instead of attack speed, the thing I feel would both, you know, make the realism champions and all that happy, as well be a bit more reasonable, is more that it would deal with your fatigue. That when your character is super sad, like, either your max fatigue would be, like, your maximum fatigue you would handle would be a little bit worse, or, you know, basically your character would be able to get less done per day. Because the idea is they're dealing, you know, they're dealing with depression. It takes a bit more to get their day going. It's a little bit harder to keep themselves motivated and all that, because, you know, depression be like that. And I think that'd be one, is a fairly reasonable mechanic that it's like, hey, this is actually kind of punishing, without being, like, cartoonishly evilly punishing. And it would give you an actual reason to deal with it. I don't know. I would actually think the attack speed debuff would be worse in my book. I guess I would say the attack speed one I think would be maybe more dangerous. Because, like, I'm not saying it's like a 30% penalty or something really, really ridiculous. But knocking you down like 10-15% for being maximum sad, that's not nothing. That's significant reduction of what you can get done in a day. I don't actually need that trowel. I do like the idea of, like, again, like having kind of like where if you eat more, you get like the little bit of a healing bonus. I do like the idea that if you're really doing above and beyond to make your character happy, that you get a meaningful bonus out of it. I'm gonna push to town. I'll let the zombies gradually get brought back to me each way. Hey, Pankraru, how was your stream? I hope you had a good one. Words for lesbians first? I am sure there's a context to that. I don't know what it is. But welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. And all that. I have too many things in here, and I don't even know what all these are. But for those that don't know, Pankraru, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Greatest pink squid on the internet. And all gets up. Same character as last time? Yes. Yes. Our character with all the sheeps. Who's currently actually having a relatively boss salad. It's got leeks, it's got rosehip, it's got tomato, it has grape leaves, it has whatever a daikon is, I don't know, it looks like a root crop that I'm unfamiliar with. We had some other berry for seasoning. It's like legit food. It's a type of radish? Gotcha. Yeah, it looked vaguely in the area of like a radish that is like kind of a tannish white color. No meat, not legit food. I mean, it's a salad. You can have meat in a salad, but a lot of salads don't have meat in them. It's a big radish? Gotcha. Like, don't get me wrong. I enjoy my stuff like pulled pork and all that. The salad is never legit food? I'm sorry you've had terrible salads in your life. Don't get me wrong, I'm not the type of person who typically orders a salad, but I definitely have gone places where the salad is the meal, and hoo boy, there's no room left, and it is amazing. Not many of them. Like an 18-inch long radish, that is a big radish. Like there was a pizza place nearby where I grew up in my teens, and I love me some pizza, but they had a Greek salad there that even young me was like, no, give me the salad. That is the only place you'll hear me ever say that, because the pizza's winning everywhere else. But they had an amazing salad at that place. And it was one of those salads. You get like the salad for two or whatever. And you get like 4 grown men couldn't finish it. You salad for dinner, arugula, spinach, romaine, shredded carrots, grilled chicken. Super tasty. That sounds like a good salad. Yeah, I'm not a big salad person. Like, it's extremely rare I will order a salad. But no, there are salads that carry their own weight. Like I said, they're few and far between. Most salads you go out there and you get like a little sad garden salad, and like, you have discovered a way to make depression a flavor. I understand. I shouldn't say it like that. That's not fair. You've made a bland, sad, just fills your heart with emptiness salad. Cool. But you have a good one. No, actually, let me take that back. The garden salad is not the offender for the saddest salad. If you want the true sad salad, wedge salad. Wedge salad is like a salad that people didn't even bother. Couldn't even bother to salad. They just took a head of lettuce, they hacked it into a quarter, they chucked it on a plate, put a little like peanut dressing on it, and said, "There, food." And you look at them and you're like, "What? Like, what is this insult? Did I hurt you in some way? Have I upset you?" Like, is there someone I could talk to that I can make up for whatever great sin I have committed that you have fed me this atrocity? And I've definitely had more just sad salads than good salads. But there's definitely been salads I've had, I'm like, what? Like, hang on. No, that's all I need. There's nothing you can do, your sins are too many, apparently. Are you going back to base or looking for something? I am pushing into town. Not the big town. The big town, well, I mean, I should... Not the town that's actually marked on the map. We got a couple streets of houses over here. And so we should be able to break in here relatively easily. And so we're working on that real fast. Yeah, no, home is to the east. You're not a fan of salads? Yeah, no, and I get that. Generally my comment, though, is like, if people are like, oh, salads are boring and terrible, like, yeah, you've had bad salads. I'm not saying everyone needs to like salads, but if your comment is more along the lines of, terrible, boring, bland, anything like that, it's like, you've just not had good salads. And for that, I am sorry. You can just be like, hey, I'm just not a fan. Like, that's fair. I actually used to eat a lot of steak. I don't, like, when I go out to eat, I don't get steak that much more. It's not that I don't get meat stuff, but steak specifically, it's pretty rare I go for a steak anymore. It's not never. Like, if some place is like a really good prime rib or something going, I'll give it a go. Yeah, you just do your thing, sheep. It's fine. Yeah, no, I found I far more enjoy chicken. Some days you're just in the mood for it. But I'd much more like to do chicken. I'm looking for something that, like, I'm looking for some really nice and greasy. I'm more like baby back ribs kind of thing. Barbecue, pulled pork, that kind of thing, than steak. And there's good steak. Like I said, I've gotten steak a lot in the past. Lamb is good. Lamb is definitely one of those ones that, if people cook it wrong, it's pretty sad. I don't go for lamb very often, though. That's when I tend to, like, if someone serves, I'm not going to be upset or anything, but it's pretty rare I go for lamb. It's one of those things that when I go on a menu and lamb is on the menu, there's almost always something I want more on the menu. So it's not that I avoid it so much as there is always something I want more. There's just certain foods I feel that way about. It's like, oh, that's good, but like anywhere I can find that, I can also find the other thing, and I definitely want the other thing more. Have you ever had a venison burger? Yeah, I've had venison. That was a bold one on me. I figured I could step out of it, which is exactly what I did, but it was closer than I thought it was going to be, and closer than it was necessarily comfortable. Oh, I need to go back to the house soon. Because the new lighting engine, staying out late is really a bad time. You know, my grandfather, when he was still around, he used to like to hunt a lot, and he would go to an area where they had deer overpopulation problems and hunt there. Which was the idea, like, they would sell licenses for you to go hunt the deer because they had overpopulation problems, so it helped the overpopulation problem, and also get revenue to help maintain the area from the revenue made from the licenses. But yeah, so he'd bring back lots of venison, and because you get a deer, and that's a lot of food. Yeah, no, the only way, so like the problem we have and why our ecosystems are all out of balance, and that we've got like where deer hunting is actually important for preservation of the ecosystem, is we wiped out all the natural predators for them, like cougars, you know, cougars, wolves, all those kind of things. And because there's nothing hunting those deer, the population explodes and they start eating all the underbrush, and then it kind of messes with everything. So the only way to like fix it would be to have all the predatory animals repopulate. But unfortunately, because they are dangerous animals and all that, and some of them are extinct, it is kind of one of those things that they do need to keep them away from areas habitated by people. And so in the interim, you just got to keep the deer population under control. Because otherwise they'll do that thing where they eat so much that then they start running out of food, then they start doing a starve off, and they take a bunch of other animals with them, and then you just go into this whole cycle. That said, I'm not someone who enjoys hunting. I'm not a fan of hunting. Oh, baby lamb, baby lamb, baby lamb. You. You. Don't you dare leave. You're with me. You're mine now. Okay, I wasn't planning to go the whole way home, but we're going the whole way home now. Because I did notice, despite the fact that I had only one baby cow, whatever it was, on our last save, the moment I introduced the calf, both female cows suddenly retreat as if they were the parent and were able to produce milk. So I think what the game is actually doing behind the scenes, it isn't checking, did this cow or did this sheep have a baby? I think it's just doing a check in the background that says, is there a baby in here? Cool, they make milk now. If not, we'll come back and grab the other one. But I did notice, despite the fact that I had only one calf, I did have 2 cows that were producing milk. You thought I was going to put the lamb in my backpack? Can I put the lamb in my backpack? No. No, the lamb weighs 31. Yeah, the lamb did not like me picking it up. The lamb was very not a fan of that. Yeah, the lamb was big sad at me picking it up. So I kind of don't want to sleep here with the lamb with me. One thing we haven't tried is if I run, will the lamb keep up with me? No. The lamb's going its fastest. The lamb's trying its best. It's got real little legs. You're doing good there, little lamb. I'm sure I can hold the lamb while we sleep, like hold it in your arms. Because I think it effectively becomes an item when you pick it up. Like, the game stops treating it as, like, it's an animal or whatever. They just treat it as, you know, it's an object. It is those things I do wonder, if I put it in your arms and all that, will it still starve? Not? Are those ducks? They're turkeys. I mean, yeah, no duck can be. Yeah, so we're just gonna push the whole way home. We're gonna get caught out in the dark. That's fine. If it gets bad enough, I do have a flashlight. But I was not expecting to find a baby lamb. Like I said, we'll check. We'll bring the baby lamb here. If that does make it so we can suddenly start making milk, our new priority then becomes the butter churn. If it doesn't let us start making milk, we're just gonna go back to that area and go look for any of the other sheep and see if we can't find Mom. Can you not put the rope in your offhand? Nope. No matter what, it goes in the main hand. I just wanted to check if we get into a situation where I want to pop out the flashlight. You feel like that should be changed? Yeah. No, I only had one rope. The rope weighs a full encumbrance. So I've been only carrying one to be able to snag an animal if I see it. But if we see a group, I've only been able to move one at a time. We went to a Chinese fusion sushi place. The duck roll on the all-you-can-eat menu, and the waitstaff were like, "Could you pick something else for our other customers?" Like, they didn't want you to order because they didn't have enough of it, or there was something wrong with it? Or like, did you sit there and get not enough? Gotcha. It's like, no. Am I getting a discount? Like, I mean, unless you ordered like 10 of them or something, and it's like, all right, yeah, that's probably fair. It's probably fair to be like, sir, you know, you've had a bunch of these. You know, please be considerate of the others or whatever. But like, if you just ordered one or two and they're like, can you order something else? Like, no. You're scaring the little lamb. You should be ashamed of yourself. You mean maybe? Gotcha. I mean, that's probably fair. Like, if you ordered a whole bunch, you'd be like, because it'd be one of those things that if you were like, no, really, I just want the duck, then it's kind of like, yeah, they'd do it. But I think it's reasonable, like, if you were ordering a very large amount of one item, that they're like, hey, you know, it'd really be not like it'd really help us out if you ordered something else. Yeah, no, I'm not saying like complain and saying you're not allowed to, Lardine. I'm just saying I think it is fair to be like, hey, you've been ordering a lot of that, you know, like we weren't prepared for that. You know, it like it'd be good, like it'd be nice if you would order something else. Again, if you can sit there and say no, and then be like, oh well, I guess you're getting more. Yeah, exactly. It's like if you're ordering a lot of them, I can understand because that's actually a thing you run into restaurants where you plan for. And you have like the one person who orders a ridiculous amount of something, and you're just like, oh well, this is like a very atypical day that we couldn't have reasonably planned for. And if it's something that a lot of people want to come in and get like one or two of, and just one person is eating it all, it's like okay, because the counter is then in the future you end up carrying like 5 times as much to prepare for people like that, and then half the time you end up throwing half of it out because that person didn't decide to dine that night. That said, like I said, if it came down to if you were like, no, I want the duck, that's why I'm here, I do think it's fair in them to be like, oh, like, I do think it is that they should continue to give it to you. But I think asking is reasonable. As long as they're not like rude about it or, you know, as long as they're like, hey, stop eating all the duck, you're being really mean or something. It's like, no, it's just you want the duck. But you're having a very atypical night with it. I think that's fine. I'm sure the person asking felt super uncomfortable and embarrassed asking. Zombie was Sheep's favorite song. Scary had a little lamb. Little pork, little ham. Then Scary passed the plate again and had a little more. It was all good. You recommend the place? Yeah, no, it sounded like they were just trying to be like, hey, like we're trying to not upset one customer, but we're also trying to not upset our other customers. So like they're in that weird juggle about trying to do what's right by their customers and not really sure how to navigate it. No, it's grass. Okay. I figure we go to sleep right away and deal with sorting stuff in the morning. So we woke up to a nightmare. I'm pretty sure we do not have a zombie nearby. Time and kills. We're at 1 month, 3 days, 723 kills. We have put a bit more time on this character into trying to work on getting trade skill kind of stuff along. I'll drop this in front of the fire for fireplace things. So trying to work on all that. Because I want to get into the blacksmithing side of things. Because of the blacksmithing side of things, we should be able to, or the blacksmithing side of things, we should be able to turn around and get some other goody stuff. Oh, what's napping 2 get you? I can't remember if it's the chisel for making the anvil, or if it is, there was something I needed it for making the anvil and forge. It was one of the 2 things I needed. I don't remember exactly which one it was. Low sleep, definitely a helicopter day? Absolutely. Without question. Alright, we'll make the axes. Oh wait, don't do that. No, stop. Glad I caught that. Because we wasted 1 twine at some point. Twine is a little hard for me to come by right now. So that means I need to tear more clothes. We don't want to waste twine in making crude axes. Yeah, because we got that chisel, but it's not the right kind of chisel. And they also don't have enough tree branches. That's fine. Okay, so I've got 1 axe here. Go ahead and give me the other 2 for right now. Alright, the lamb gets the scritches. Okay, so none of them have updated to do that. That's fine. Like I said, if we didn't get the we didn't get the ability to get any milk from any of them, I would just go get the other sheep. It does look like one of those sheep is able to produce milk over there. And that's all I need. Put the flashlight away. Put the rope away. We still snagged the lamb, and I'm perfectly content with that. But we want to go ahead and do that. We're going to watch, because here in just a couple minutes we'll have the radio call. So we're going to see if we can't figure out which sheep is the one that's got milk. And we're going to grab that one so we can start getting butter, because we are underweight just a tiny bit. And if we can get the sheep that's got the, that's producing milk, we can go and make butter. I just need to get myself a singular nail, because I already have 1 nail and 2 planks back home. I think I have 2 planks. But I can just tear apart a table or something in that house and we should be good. Let's jog a little today. Let's not worry about foraging the entire way there and back. Let's jog, get up here quicker. Because it'll definitely be worth it for us to snag the whichever sheep we can get milk from just to stabilize our weight. Because once we've done that, we basically could survive forever where we live. And that's a matter of, you know, fighting zombies, pushing for loot, that kind of thing. How are we doing in this? Yeah, so we're getting pretty close to Carpentry 1. Carving just basically needs like 1 or 2 more things done and it's finished. Cooking is right about the level. Napping, on the other hand, is doing well, not as far along. It still needs 20 XP for the next level. Yeah. Thanks for the chill stream. I've lurked a few days. Well, thank you. I hope you've been enjoying lurking. We're just checking the weather, and then we'll start jogging again. Thunderstorm, 4 days. And no helicopter. Alright, let's start running again. Dodged a bullet? Not really. We're a little tired, but honestly, like, we've been managing the zombies extremely well in our area. Like, to the point, like, you're seeing how far I have to go to really start hitting the zombies. So we can handle another helicopter without too much of an issue. One thing I need to figure out is what I gotta do to get the wool off the sheep. Because I haven't seen shears. Maybe regular old scissors will work, because I think they would work in real life. Because then we can get all that wool off, we can make that into thread and fabric and whatnot. Dude, you're sick? No, it's fine. We always eat poison berries. We're always sick. That's just Project Zomboid. When you're living on the wilderness and you don't have herbalist, you're eating poison berries. And if you do have herbalist, you're probably still eating poison berries. Just by volume, you usually have those on hand, and the only real consequence is you get a little overheated and all that. Squeezing heat generation? Yeah, that's what happens literally every single time we eat poisonous food. That's normal. And then I won't touch it until they fall off. Yeah, I also have scissors at home. What does Iron Gut let you do? Iron Gut's supposed to let you eat stuff without getting sick as easily. Right now, when it comes to a lot of things like the poison and the sickness and all that, it seems like something isn't where it's supposed to be. Because normally, if you'd even nibbled a poison mushroom, you basically just killed your character. Right now, the poison mushrooms don't seem to be nearly as dangerous. But I still would not recommend getting in the habit of eating them. That, to me, feels like there's a bug that they're going to fix, and then suddenly the mushrooms will start killing you again. So it's best to just leave it alone and not form the habit. Yeah, no, you can manage eating the poison stuff with weak stomach so far as the berries. Mushrooms historically have always been dangerous. I'll grab those scissors since I'm standing on it. But mushrooms, it was like nibbling a poison mushroom was taking your fate into your own hands. Like, I remember having characters that were starving and, like, just nibbling a mushroom and canceling it as fast as it got, like, 1 hunger to me. And even that was enough poison to kill the character without a weak stomach. It wasn't Iron Gut, it was just regular. But right now in this version, it seems like they're nowhere near as strong, and I personally feel like that's a bug. Because that's just like one of the gimmicks was that mushrooms were those all or nothing things that would probably kill you. Why'd you pick up the broken handle? I could carve it into a steak. I don't actually care about the steak, I care about the carving skill. So is that Mom over there? Because I'm willing to just have it a trip here and trip back if I get myself my food secured. That says needs a baby. There's only one here. And I doubt the sheep is up there. And I did notice I moved the other one. It didn't mark it as me able to milk it until I had the mom and the baby together with the cows. So that might be Mom. I vaguely remember there was one sheep I saw running along the top here, but that might be this sheep. Well, let's kill a couple of zombies and all that, get some work done, and then we can worry about trying to run back. I'll just keep my eye out for another sheep in that event. All right. Alright, I need to remember I need fabric for making more axes. So I'm going to go ahead and grab those real fast. It is a thing that's taking so much more to make weapons now, which I think is fine. But there's a lot more we have to do just to keep ourselves armed. I do wish we still had the thing where we could have, like, rip all, and it would rip all the stuff nearby. I do wish we still had that. You can kind of, like, they sort of have it with the crafting menu. I'm scared to keep that crafting menu up any more than I need to when I'm not home in an enclosed area. It just covers up way too much of the screen. Like, it covers all of this, even at high resolution. With the new build change to zombies, is it possible to get those sections where you have 40,000 on the screen? I don't know, where... Okay, so there is another one, so that might be the one we're looking for. Alright, we're full, so I'm not gonna try and carry even more right now. Alright, where did that lamb go? Okay, you're up here. There's also one way up there, too. It also says needs a baby on that one, too. Indeed, there's another one up here. That's a ram. If we bring that one home, it'll fight. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I guess we just start taking all of these sheep home. Because I think the answer, what we're doing here, is we're just going to be bringing all these sheep home. Yeah, that wasn't actually the record run. But, yeah, that was we had that run where it just couldn't get all season one's health. Ramby food? Probably. Alright, so you can pick that one up, but that takes 2 hands. I guess we're just going to keep capturing sheep until... We have to drop some stuff. We have too much weight. There you go. Sadly, I didn't bring a second thing of rope with me. Part of me's kind of hope we can quickly find some more of the, What's up?
I love you the most out of all the boys.
Yaw.
Are you gonna build your Lego kit on stream?
I might.
That's cool. Enjoy your food scheme.
That I will. I have just the rice left.
And your cookies.
Yes, and my cookies.
Yeah, those are more important than it.
Yep. Alright, well, I'm going to make the decision of dragging the sheep home. I know this is going to be a lot of back and forth, but I'm trying to secure that whole bit. We can grab the sticks along the way so I can make more axes as well. It is going to make us probably pretty unreasonably overburdened. Do I want to do that? Probably not. Will you keep up with me? Yeah, that's a good sheep. Keep up. We're going for a jog, sheep. You like exercise, right, sheep? Because sooner or later, we'll find Mom, and we'll have milk. When I have milk, then our weight problems start to get solved. And this is apparently running, by the way. Yeah, no, it's just right now, fishing and butter are really the only ways I have to sustain my weight reasonably. And then fishing depends on me getting the magazine for fishing, which means my options that I can reliably do are butter or butter. Because I'd really like to do the fishing, as I have no ability to guarantee that for myself. Hey, sheep. I'm going to ask you to chill for a moment, okay? I want to find a nail real fast. As I get that nail, I can make the butter churn. And for the record, I'm not gaining carpentry for this. You no longer gain carpentry for taking stuff apart anymore. Well, there's a plank. I need the nail, though. Screws? Oh, well, never mind. That's not what I need. I'll be back for you in a second, sheep. I want to find something I can take apart to get some nails. Because I have a nail, I need a second one. Pair of nails. Cool. Where did you... There you are. Let me choose the sheep, please. There we go. Actually, just in case I don't have a plank, if I move the water bottle to my main pouch, there we go. Cool. Alright, so we did get ourselves a plank and 2 nails. I'm pretty sure I already had a nail and a plank back home, but that's fine. We're bringing home another sheep that may or may not be able to give us milk. If not, we'll just keep taking sheep until we can. Because once we get the butter churn, then we get our weight solved. So that's like a big priority for the run. Because right now we're taking a damage penalty because we're underweight. So I'm not doing as much of the damage to zombies as I could be. So I'm trying to resolve that. And that'll be a good thing to solve, because, like, with that, if we decided that we just didn't care about the zombies, and we're just like, 75 is the healthy weight? Yeah, so it's 75 to 85 kilograms is considered the healthy range in Project Zomboid. If you are below 75, you take a penalty to how much damage you deal with attacks, and if you are above 85, you have a penalty to how much endurance you have. Can't you just eat a few sticks of butter? Yes, when I have butter. That's literally what I'm saying we're doing right now, is we're trying to make butter happen. Yeah, once I've got this secured, though... Yeah, no, you're all good. Because we did find a baby lamb, and we're trying to figure out which of these sheep is considered mom. For purposes of the, of being able to produce milk. If not, when we finally get to their breeding season, we certainly have enough ewes. Oh, wait, that's not what I want. Okay. I can pull multiple ropes. The problem is then I have to carry the ropes. And we're dealing with having only 9 carry weight available on our character. So you get the idea. There's a juggle. Do I bring a bunch of ropes with me, but then I may or may not be able to pick up the stuff I need to keep doing things? Or do I instead not bring the ropes with me and then end up taking trips? And I don't think there's a right answer for that. For me, I've been choosing to only expect to maybe find one animal to bring with me. It just so happens this one group of sheep is... Each time I'll think I'll be like, oh, I'm down to the last one, and another one will show up, and like, I guess not. It's alright, we're almost home. Because I'd also love to get this back here in time for this thunderstorm that's supposed to be arriving in a couple in-game days. It'd be nice to just use the thunderstorm. Like when you have those bad weather days, instead of running around where you have poor visibility and trying to deal with the zombies, those are good days to be like, what's the at-home project I could be working on? So, like, the ones I would consider for now is trying to make myself an actual perimeter fence, like an actual fence. Would be something to work on. I could start making larger cabinets for storage. I certainly want to, work on the carving and the napping and all that. The napping has been entirely waiting on me to find more materials. Because right now all I could do is break flint. And that's taking forever. Storage is always your top priority, or your loot goblin. I tend to have abundant loot settings. Yeah, I definitely am not much of a loot goblin. But even then, I still would need storage. The problem is I'm going to be making really terrible storage. I'm going to be making, like, the stick shelves, and I need the stick for my axes and all that. Which means I need more carpentry to actually get something I can really use. Oh, that's too early. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, versus this gets me napping. That's what I need to find a lot of, is those chunks of flint. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, that's just the downside. Right now, I'm so very dependent on getting my foraging up, because most of the stuff for, like, napping and carving and all that is going to be foraging and chopping down trees and that kind of thing. What's the effect of the search? Focus search? So when you do this, you have a higher % chance of finding different things. I think mechanically behind the scenes, it takes, like, say there's like 8 items nearby, I think it will flip one of those over to being what you're searching for, kind of thing. There's pros and cons to it. You get a little bit more of what you're looking for and less of everything else. So you have total items, I believe, less overall, but you get more of that one specific thing you're looking for. I mostly just leave mine open and just get whatever. And thank you again for all those follows. I do appreciate it. It's probably useful. I just never bother. Okay. That's fine, whatever. Yeah, I wish there was an easy way to see... Baby can't find its mother. Alright. That's understood. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, it gave you slightly increased odds of getting what you were looking for. It's just one of those things. It did come at the loss of other things. Now, granted, it doesn't mean you lost something good for that thing. But, you know, I've just always kind of leaned away from using it. Well, no, we got the one that was running up the street. That's the one I actually just brought back. Because I went out of my way to grab it. Okay, so with this, I can make a milk churn. Or butter churn, not milk churn. So when we have milk, I've got the butter churn. And I put that out here nice and in the open, so it's by the sheep. While I'm butter churning, I can have it where I'm not, in a situation where I can't see to defend myself, all that. Meanwhile, I can go over here. And we'll start by doing that. Put those away. Put that away. Put that back in our pocket. Put that in our pocket. Go here. That rope away. Grab the wooden spear, chuck it in the box. Okay, what can we still make that's useful? That's out a broken long stick. Hey, there we go. Alright. So we are now able to carve some more things. We have reached carving 1. I don't remember what we needed carving 1 for, but let's try and figure that out. So we had, if we go to our crafting here, we have anvil. And to make the anvil, I need a stone chisel or a mason's chisel. Alright. And yeah, so it's the stone chisel is our napping 2. Fair enough. So then we can go back over here. So we wanted a forge. So you have the primitive forge is the stone anvil, the stone, and the clay bucket. That's where sand is for. What did I need out of you that you were carving 2? Well, the medium handles are important. Afterlife, we do not remember. If you wanted carving, you should be able to make the tent now. Yeah. Now remember I wanted the tent. So to make the tent, I just need I need 2 wooden rods. So I can go ahead and we can make wooden rods out of planks. Oh, it's too dark. That's fine. So let's get that tent made. And so let's bring these back. Because worst case, I can make more planks with that. I didn't know I had pepper, but okay. And we got a fancy, somewhat terrible salad. Napping tool is carving one. Oh. I didn't realize there was a napping tool. Apparently that can only come from antlers. Interesting. So I guess a napping tool is just a better knife or something? I don't really know for sure. The grape leaves are not filling. Cool. And I can't risk doing the berries because if you cook with poison, it's way more dangerous than if you just eat it raw. In this game. Alright. I don't think your carving was connected to metalworking. I think it was just getting it to get it. No, there's a reason I wanted. I just don't remember. There was something I was after tool-wise or something like that. Because I know the napping 2 is for the forge and anvil. I thought the carving was along those same lines. But I'm not sure. We actually got a full night's rest, which is good. We'll figure it out. It's fine. Fishing rod? No. So fishing rod, I need the magazine. Alright, so baby can't find mom still. Okay, no helicopter today. Bringing a bunch of rope today. What does drill plank mean? Drill plank is something you use to start a fire. You use a rod and a drill plank. You kind of do this motion, and you put some tinder nearby it, and you do that. Yeah, and I was just thinking, it's like, oh wait, I just grabbed that. I believe that's everything I need to make a wooden rod. And then with the wooden rod, I should be perfectly good to handle our stuff, because we ran out of light. All right, so wooden rod. Again, please use those. Those are renewable. All right. And we can go here to trim the sapling. Make the planks. The run's going pretty well. Okay, so I can go and make a second wooden rod. All right. And that'll let me make the tent kit. Yeah, so you can do small handles and large handles and wooden rods and all that. I don't actually know what you use small handles for. Hey, Sage, it's going pretty good. Getting some skills levels and all that, which is pretty nice. Making all that happen. Small handles for making knives? That's fine. That's at least something we can use for them. I'd rather do that than make stuff I'm just literally going to throw away. Okay, so with that, for the moment, we can go over here and drop those boards. Put this in there. We have our improvised tent. Love to see it. Drop you. The improvised tent, encumbrance 8. Well, that's not my favorite. That thing used to be 1. Man, that's rough. The egg symbol is injury. I'm slightly injured because we carry this really heavy stuff. Man, that's real rough that they penalize that bad. I'm only gonna carry 2 rope because that's more than I want to deal with weight-wise. Okay, so we can go ahead and eat ourselves in our berry. Drink our water. Cool. What's the best way to get nails? Taking barricades from doors down? I mean, it'd be disassembling. I mean, the best way would just be find them. Like, just find a box of them. But in lieu of getting lucky and just finding a box of them, the best way to get them after that is just taking apart anything made out of nails. It wouldn't be specifically going for barricades, just literally anything made of nails, just start taking them apart. You have no rope? I should have 2 rope. Yeah, I got 2 rope. I grabbed 4, and then when I realized the tent was going to be 8 encumbrance, which is really rough, I'm actually pretty unhappy about that. Because like I said, the tent used to be 1 encumbrance. That was part of why I loved it so much, is I could toss a tent in my bag, go anywhere, plunk it down on the ground, I got myself a tent. It makes sense that it's that big. It's probably more balanced that way. But, little salty about that. It just means I need to dedicate more bag space to sleeping arrangements. Why is your carry weight only 9? We have strength of 2 or 3 or whatever it is. Because we did start with 0 stats, so we have extremely limited carry weight. And that was a deliberate decision. This isn't a good build, this is a self-sabotage build. And that's a big actual factor as to why it is self-sabotage. Is very specifically like the carry weight being almost nothing and the fitness being, I mean, it is not almost nothing. Starting at no carry weight and all that. Yep, that's the 0 to hero part. The 0 to hero is starting with literally no stats of any kind. No fitness, no strength, no combat skills, nothing. So every point we have is a point I made happen. Do you enjoy the challenge of Zero to Hero or actually hate Zero to Hero? I enjoy the challenge. My comment is that when we start the character, no perks? No, I have perks. I just don't have any perks that give me stats. We actually have a bunch of good perks, including like Eagle Eye and all that kind of stuff, but nothing that gives me any stats whatsoever. Now, my comment is that for Project Zomboid, the very best part of Project Zomboid is when you first start. It's the hardest part. Once you start getting towards the late game, Project Zomboid, you know, it gets to be way less fun. Just, you know, the zombies stop being that interesting or meaningful because you're just slapping them all down one after the other in a single hit kind of thing, and, you know, you have all the loot you need, so, like, you know, once you've got your generator magazine, your generator, you know, you can sustain food forever on what you've got and all that. What is there left to do other than just hoard things for the sake of hoarding things? Fight for the sake of fighting. You get the idea. So what I end up doing is I do deliberately put myself in these self-sabotage builds because it makes the early fun part of the game take longer to get through. So I get to have more of the fun part and less of the not fun. Who's saying, don't tell devs the new stuff is a gym mat instead of a piano chair. 0.5 encumbrance, and you can still rest and sleep on it. If you get a pillow, you can even... excellent. Hey, Twist, can we get a shout out for Twisted Fire, another fantastic content creator on the platform? Primarily streams in German, just as a heads up. Also does speak English, but you know, if you do tune in, it will be most likely in German. So that's just a thing to keep in mind. But absolutely fantastic content creator if you are someone who happens to also speak German. Or you don't mind listening to German, you know, and even if you don't speak it. So you're saying the gym mat is the it figures. It was going to be what are you going to use a sack of sand for? For making a bucket of clay cement to make a forge. Right now, we have a lamb, and we're looking for its mother, because we need milk. Well, because I want milk so I can maintain my character's weight. Because then I can turn the milk into butter, and then we could eat raw sticks of butter like it's the only food source left on the planet. I'm not really focused on getting the sack of sand. If I happen to get the napping too, once I get the napping 2, then the sack of sand becomes a priority. Which that should be easy. It should be as literally as fast as I can find a sack. There is no shortage of sand for me to find. Alright. The big thing is there's just not much I could do with napping right now, so it's leveling very slowly. Yeah, you don't have bonk, we do have a pungent. Sort of. Hey, clay. Gonna need a lot of that. Is it surprised you don't learn herbalism for foraging like you do with the generator mags with electricity now? I would be surprised that's not a thing as well. I also don't mind because it's not that big a deal. Did you... Alright, so we're at that point. Get a little bit more. Yeah, that tent being 8. That is harsh. Like, don't get me wrong, again, it makes sense both from, like, the perspective of realism as well as the perspective of game balance. The tent was strong. But that feels like nuking it from orbit levels of rebalancing. I think, like, 4 would have been probably fair. Alright, let's... Frankly, honestly, all these bugs... Stop grabbing those. Oh, that's weird. I didn't expect to put the axe in his offhand. So I did see another sheep up here. But I'm pretty sure it was a ram. Hey, hey, don't break the rope. Yeah, the problem is I already know there's going to be tons of zombies up in here. That we definitely don't want to fuss with this. So let's just jog home real fast. Everything's always full forever. It's fine. I know we're just running back and forth, grabbing sheep one by one. I was really hoping to find another sheep there, but I'm not willing to run into those woods right now. So I'm just trying to figure out which one is done. Yeah, no, actually I've already found on this character, I've only looted like 2 houses, and I've already found a dumbbell. I didn't bother bringing it home, but not super worried. I have no idea if that's the format for add command. Let's check. I might not have that available even for the mods. We'll see. Oh, I mean, no, it's... I'd have to look. I use Firebot for the record. Because I know I've added commands for people before. I know it would be restricted to mods, and obviously you're a mod, so... That's the reason I'm not sure. Let's sit down for a moment. Because we're going to keep jogging and all that. Yeah, some of the commands, though, as it kind of holds, let's see. Burpees, 0.8 strength and fitness XP modifier. Yeah, no, I just, for the most part, I only do, like, the sit-ups. And that's historically because of all the fighting. I did the sit-ups because we didn't really care about sore legs. With the muscle strain being from all sorts of attacks, that's something to, like, go back and forth. Gotcha, so it's command space, add space. Makes sense. I don't know the exact verbiage for all of it. But yeah, this is the reason why we had that carryover spot that I could sleep. From Rhett's video, the combat apparently muscle strain doesn't matter for stomps. Could have changed by now though. I would imagine it's changed. Genuinely speaking, I wouldn't expect to have changed. Realistically, we're probably not going to see any changes of substance until after New Year's, when the team gets back. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Firebot can only be changed view. Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't need to make a bonk command, I don't think. Like, maybe I can make one later. I'm not worried about it. You have the resting good? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. I honestly, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not against the mods adding commands and all that. Honestly, it's one of those things like adding, removing, and modifying commands is one of those things that, like, I'm a little bit more leery of. Just because, you know, someone decides to have a crappy day or whatever. There's a lot they can kind of do with it. Not that I'm worried, like, honestly, if I was worried one of my mods would do that, they wouldn't be my mod. Yeah, I might have it locked down, Burning Sun. I actually don't remember. Because usually I just go through the UI versus adding that. It's also those things that it's like, okay, with the bonk command, like, do I have to do, like, chat bonks? Because there's, like, with Firebot, it's, like, effect. Alright, give it a whirl. So close. I can probably fix that real fast. I bet you just didn't put in the variable because it didn't have the right format for the variable. Don't remember what the character is for it, so if we go to commands, and we go down to bonk, it also didn't give it any type of cooldown or anything. You give it a little bit of a cooldown. Do that. Bonk, that's fine. Go to chat, it did do the chat. So let's see what I gotta do for the user. I think it's $ user. Or I guess technically it wouldn't even be user, it'd be arg. Grabs a command argument that'd be after the command. Yeah, so we could grab you. I don't know if we could just put as arg without the number, or... So I don't know if it counts from index 0 or not. Alright. There we go. Learned today that a file is a good find. You have no idea it's like a whetstone, but not as good. Oh, I've seen those. I actually know we have some files in the house that we've been staying at. Zombies got wall hack, but you lose you pretty quickly if you don't run a site. And just run straight line on the road. Yeah. That's still good. What are you... Are you just over it? Or are you eating? Is that what I'm understanding is happening right now? Yes, you're dying of thirst. I'm trying to get you home. Yeah, it's just like suddenly the sheep started moving. Stop moving. I'm like, what are you doing right now? And then I heard it like rooting around. I'm like, oh, it's eating. Okay. All right. Hopefully this is the mom, because I haven't seen any more sheep over there, and we do have the baby, or juvenile or whatever. I know you're dying of thirst. I'm literally trying to get you to the water. It's gonna stick with me a little bit longer. I have a lot of sheep. The good news is they don't seem to eat very much. I'll have less sheep soon? Why is that? Go get your water. You're dying of thirst. Go drink. It's right there, buddy. Mention I need to kill your ones? So far, they're barely touching any of that. Alright, so put that back. I'm gonna bring the one rope with me. Put away the clay. Grab our axe. The rope back. Okay. That was your message you missed, so you did observe it as well. Just saw your message. If you run a zombie, most of them will get used to reach the resting position, even 100 tiles away. Build 42, they lose after like 25 tiles. If you speed the game, the memory gets erased. Yep. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. Let's see if we can't figure out what we... Well, actually, I have the scissors on me, right? Animal info. You have a handful of stuff. You're not giving me any of the things like to pet you or anything as options. Same here. We need shears? That's the question we were trying to test. What's interesting, though, is some of my sheep aren't giving me the options to control them. Or not to control them, to do the things. And some of them are. Let's see. Available food, available water, roofed area 0. Put the scissors in your hand. That would be something new. We've never had a thing that required that kind of move shit. Yeah, it's for some reason, some of them, they don't give me any options. It might be a lack of familiarity.
Hey!
Yeah, so I got 2 who aren't comfortable with me yet, and the others are. Yeah, and the food and all that's fine. I don't really know, but whatever. That's why we're tinkering and we're sciencing. We're trying to figure this stuff out. So, regardless, it might be that we literally do need shears specifically, and shears are the only option, which we haven't seen yet. It also could be that they have, like, a higher thing than handful, and you have to get that higher tier, whatever. Alright, we got a bunch of random bugs and seeds and chunks of stick and all sorts of stuff in there. We can make wooden rods out of planks and wooden handles out of planks. We're going to leave those alone for right now. I'd rather sit here and worry about stuff like this, like brick molds and all that later. So you need a roofed area. Or you don't need a roofed area, it mentions a roofed area, which might be necessary to make them happy. The question is...
Hey!
That's not what I meant to do, but that's fine. Go run around and do your thing, I guess. Yeah, so usually the way you get a roofed area... So we can make log stairs at Carpentry 3. So that's neat. So yeah, if we can get to Carpentry 3, I can make log stairs. We can make a an overhang on the back there for the sheep to go into. And that'd probably be good. But that's going to require more carpentry skill than I currently have. In the meantime, let's go and whack down this tree real fast. Because what I'd like to do is I'd like to get us an actual, like, secure perimeter. Why do you have lipstick? Because at some point my character might want to put on lipstick. I mean, that's my understanding of why people own lipstick, is sooner or later they'd like to wear it. My dude's running around with pink hair and bunny ears. The lipstick is the least concerning thing going on here. They are in the zombie apocalypse, and they are living their best life. I mean, they're eating poisonous berries consistently, so maybe not actually living their best life, but look, they're trying. They're trying to live their best life. Yeah, it's the same bars. I just got rid of the ones for, like, the lipids and all that. And then just turn them sideways. So it is still just like health, hunger, thirst, endurance, fatigue, temperature, and calories. They're living a life. Yeah, they're trying. Oh, and clothing-wise, they are wearing a EMT's outfit. Oh, they also have a sapphire choker. Because why not? I found it. And the person who used to own it isn't using it anymore. I know we had that tear in our pants. Was that from the cornfield, if I remember? Yeah, we walked through the cornfield. We just, like, shredded ourselves, and some of the stuff was like, dang, man. Corn plays for keeps. Zombies can't touch us, but that corn. Watch out for it in the dark alley. It'll get you. I'm genuinely a little bummed that that tent weighs so much, because I'm gonna have to take it out of our bag. See, it says needs to be packed and attached to a backpack. Which, we do have a backpack attachment point. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But we don't get an option here. Where did my... Oh, we're inside there. Nor here. I can't drag it down here. Can you craft a pack tent? So the only thing I had was... Oh, pack tent. So we made a tent kit. Because we made a tent kit, and the end result it gave us was in... Oh. And the end result of what it gave us was an improvised tent. That's what's confusing about all this. And it is in our main bag. We can't do that. Let's look at our stuff here. Yeah, because that's a weird thing. Because we made the tent. And the end result is an improvised tent kit. And then for this one, the improvised tent kit does not appear to be an option. So unfortunately, I think what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm just going to shove that in a box because it weighs 8. It just weighs too dang much. I'd love to be able to bring it with me, but it's just not a reasonable amount of weight for what we're dealing with. Yeah, it's all fine. Less placing and doing it? I mean, we could try that. That actually is worth a try. I don't think it'll change it, but I'm down to try it. I mean, the worst that happens is I put it down, and then I pick it up again. Campfire kits no longer exist. Tents are now movables placed up by picking up movable objects. Okay, and then we... So it still sees as an improvised tent kit. Yep. Yep, so I'm going to chuck it in here. And if at any point I want a bed in a specific spot, it's at least an option. Yeah, it just means we need to make a different tent. That's okay. All right, so we've got a couple of crude axes. Grab a couple of hammers.
Yeah.
And you can't find your mom. I'm just gonna assume nothing's changed here. What type of sheep are you now? Okay, so you'd be one of these kinds. Whatever. Okay. Let's see. The blacksmith occupation doesn't give you the recipes for all blacksmithing. Is that that's a bug rate? I have no idea. Okay, now we actually do like a little bit of a real jog. What was the level up? We got running. Or sprinting, or whatever you call it. Gotta go fast, the perk. Put that back away. I don't want to be weighed down if we don't need to be. Alright, so we're gonna run back out there. And go fight zombies now, because I think we've retrieved all the sheep I know that are up there. And we've had 0 luck on finding which sheep is that sheep's mom. Because if we find mom, we get milk. If we get milk, that'll help us a great deal. So frankly, right now, it's just becoming a thing about the hassle running back and forth. I need to grab my radio. We can eat a little bit of lemongrass. Hit up some nettles real fast. Hit up some more nettles real fast. Not quite done with our nettles. Actually sit for a moment while we wait. Get the endurance back. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is just get our early game, be able to start making weapons that are better than just stone and wood. Helicopter day. Alright, new plan, change of plan. We are deviating. It is a helicopter day. We know this has been coming. Alright, so where are we taking this helicopter? So we took our second helicopter down here. Our first helicopter way down there. I honestly feel like we take our helicopter right down here again. That kind of that west area. And we just keep kind of doing that type thing. I don't think we're in a big rush unless we see the helicopter or hear the helicopter coming. Kind of wish it was easier to go through these zombies' inventories. Like the handful of things you care about. I imagine if you get like the actual packed tent kit, that'll be really good. I don't think I've got a good source for that though. Cool, we're giving ourselves more berries again. Keep our hunger sorted. So kill the next group. But I figure we're just going to kill zombies in the area on the way. Like on the way down to that other section. That we're planning on pulling the zombies over there. Okay. Okay. And little by little, we're getting this all sorted. Because the reason I'm not running over to where we've been clearing is the helicopter on the way. If I run over there, I'm going to drag zombies from the entire surrounding area, basically specifically to where we've been clearing, which means we'll massively set ourselves back and all that. And that's not going to do us a whole lot of good. And then plus of this, we can just keep killing the zombies and keep making progress. It's fine. I need to get the eraser. So we can erase some of our stuff as we've looted them, remark them, that kind of thing. Hey, potatoes. That's actual food. Yet with no respawn, all dead zombies are progress. Absolutely. Now granted, the helicopter can take zombies and like pull them from pretty far away. Okay. 8:14, 10 a.m. Alright, so right here is our next helicopter. Helicopter, 3rd on 8/14/93. And my plan is to vaguely take it over in this corner. I'm kind of going by the hope that this will be close enough to pull zombies from that little, like, town or whatever over on the west. That couple of streets. But not so close to dump them on our home. That kind of whole thing.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I can't do any of these things until after the helicopter because I need to get more drink. I've run out. So all the self-care is going to have to wait till post-helicopter. Hey, Professor Dr. Hamster. How's it going? Getting your 3-stream streak with 3 helicopters. Also, if people did lose their stream streaks, I do apologize. Did have a stream yesterday. It started a little bit late because I had a family thing going on, and it was just one of those things that we got about 4 hours into stream, and I had had no sleep the night before, and it was just kind of those things like I was like, I am zoning out levels of tired. This is not good for Project Zomboid, and it is not good for stream, so I had an early ending to that stream, so I suspect that cost a number of people their stream streaks. Let's not do that. I believe with a pickup thing can lock you into animation. Well, I never went in there, did I? I don't expect to find much in there, probably just a bunch of wood, but still. Man, it sounded like there was one way closer than it actually was. Cement mixer next to the construction site? I mean, unless they've made that a usable machine, we've had cement mixers for a long time. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a usable thing now. Aw, look, the pigs are all upset. Well, that's unfortunate for them. Okay, that was the first pass. Got about rally group and a half, maybe 2 in there. I'm deliberately drawing them way down here, so that when I go to ditch them, I can just walk north. And leave them where we leave them. Alright, I think it's a one and done. Well, we're just gonna go ahead and run on out of here. And this can be the pig's problem. What it will mean is later on they will spread back out again, and when they do, you know, I'll have to deal with them wherever. I've already looted that place, I'm not worried about it. So I'm kind of hoping is that we can run up to the other farm over here where we've got like a little basin on it. Let's go ahead and check that area. If there's any zombies up there, deal with them. If not, you know, that's just not a thing you gotta worry about. So we don't need that. We can take a sip of the water. I used to have the record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That record has been beaten, but it was 135,121 zombies on one character, one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, like I said, that record has been beaten. and all that. Actually, like, I have a character much higher than that. I have one that's like 180 something thousand, somewhere in that ballpark. But that's build 41, so that character's still alive. I just stopped playing them. And then when build 42 dropped, it's like, you know, play the new version of the game. Why did I play the old one? Let's in the ground. Recoup ourselves. What's the record now? Like 950 something thousand. Mr. Lamprey has it. Mr. Lamprey was the one who beat my record, and that was the record, or that was the run that beat my record. Beat my record and kept going for like a year and a half. That character is dead, as is the one I had set the record with. Even before that, even when I had done like the 135,000, people were like, "Oh, you're gonna try and take back your record or whatever." I was like, "No." I actually didn't expect to get another character over 100,000, to be honest. But you know, I just kept playing Venus, and eventually it gets there as long as you don't commit die. I hadn't heard he died at 301. I know he had an injury he took because of a bug on that record that kind of got mulliganed. But I didn't think he died on a 300 run. I thought that was the same run. I could very well be wrong. Yeah, this is the reason I wanted to check up here. Is for like... No, he didn't mulligan? Oh no, I thought the clicked off stream... The clicked off stream was, I believe, before that. Whereas like monitor flicker, they clicked off stream. I'm pretty sure that was he had a lead on me, and then he died in that character. Then I took the record, and then that. So I think that was before. So that wasn't the 300,000 run. I thought, like, I could be wrong. I don't think so. I think that was a previous run. I believe that's just a totally different time. Yeah, no, his big run, I know he almost died to sneezing. Like, yeah, I remember that. Like, he sneezed and failed to pause the game and almost died to it. Yeah, so we want to clean up this area so it's still available for a halfway point between town. That's the reason I beelined here and didn't go back towards our home base. Our home base really shouldn't be reachable by a lot of those helicopters and all that. Like, just the way it is, it's kind of tucked in a corner. There's not much room for the zombies to be drugged to the base. Whereas this area is not the case. Those helicopters are going to probably gradually pull the zombies from the little wildlife refuge or whatever it's called to the north. So we got a zombie down there. I'm more concerned about the stuff immediately around the house right now. Okay, doors and windows in the back are not open. So there shouldn't be any inside. Which makes sense. More likely to just go around. Yeah. When people ask me if I'm intending going for a records during Build 42, I've already said I don't. Like, I'm a variety content creator. I don't want to get stuck back in the situation where the only thing people expect from me is that people come just wanting Product Zomboid and just Product Zomboid. Like, that was rough when Product Zomboid's numbers started properly dipping the first time, and everyone is still streaming it, and then, like, I had my record run die. Like, that January was rough. Like, when that record run died, like, my viewership dropped by, like, a third. Which made sense. And that, like, that was the thing. The problem to clarify what was going on there. So Product Zomboid's numbers were going down. Fair enough. The thing we ran into is just, while the numbers were going down, there was still a lot of us streaming it. So it was a smaller and smaller audience being split between more and more people. And so kind of you had to be doing something really different than everybody else, or you had to be kind of the one on the top of the pile so far as, like, records and all that go. So when I was, like, on the top of the pile record-wise, like, yeah, things were good. But the moment that character died, all the people who wanted to see, like, the sweatiest try-hard record run, that's not what I was offering anymore. Yeah, no, the numbers are good in the game. I actually haven't checked to see how it's been holding up, numbers-wise. I'm actually curious about that, because these are all things that we kind of go into as content creators to try and figure out what to do with that. So right now, we got filter by English, because it doesn't matter what's happening in our languages since I stream in English. Yeah, so right now, things are looking really good. So if we look at the numbers currently, so this is when Build 42 dropped in Unstable. And you notice, like, here's where it's hovering. And you get the idea of how it was doing, that it's only in a couple hundred is what it was averaging for its viewers day to day. And then Build 42 dropped, and it jumped up to 7,000-8,000. And then, you know, you have, like, the dips up and down because time zones and all that. But it is generally trending upward still. I do think that'll sustain for maybe a week or two or three before we start seeing the drop-off you normally see. And that's normal with, like, any single game. Like, any single game, if you look at the major updates. Let's see, I don't think we can go far back enough to make it matter. Let's see, what's a game that released very recently? Farming Simulator 25 will work. So look at Farming Simulator 25. I went too far out because it only recently released, the last 90 days. This is normally what you see. The game releases or has a major update, you get that giant monolithic spike, and then it just gradually tapers off. That's normal. And Product Zomboid Build 41 did the same thing, it's just, it was a really big spike. So I do expect to see this kind of thing happen with Product Zomboid Build 42, especially since it's the unstable version, not the full release. It's got bugs, it's got balance and all that. I do think for a little while it's going to do pretty well for itself. But then we'll kind of see when the dust settles and all, like, the new and exciting things, like, they're not new and exciting where everything ultimately does land. But that's normal. Alright, so there's a couple down here. Let's kill them. You hope longer since the game deserves more people to know about and play. I feel like right now, Product Zomboid is, as far as people knowing about it, it's one of those games that's gotten known enough. You have to be a little bit under a rock to not hear about it at all. There's definitely people who still do hear about it, but as far as, like, percents, like, if you've been on Twitch, you've probably seen it. You know, unless you, like, really stick to just one type of game, like you just play WoW, or you just play Call of Duty, or just play Final Fantasy, or you just play whatever, then I can see it. You're hyped for the multiplayer launch? That'll probably be a while. That's gonna, like, right now, the game's got a lot of things going on that are problems that need to be solved before they're gonna be probably willing to consider multiplayer. So it is something that we're probably talking at least a couple of months, like, at least like a quarter, maybe. Let's see, you play this Sense Age. Sadly, most people care about graphics. So that's actually one of the things that we're finding interesting, is the games that have been going really hard in the graphics have not been selling as well, versus games that come up with new and original ideas. So I actually don't think that's the thing hurting Project Zomboid. I think Project Zomboid is just accepting the fact it is a niche game. Isometric camera angle is a game that turns off a lot of people. Games that are very hardcore survival, where when you die you start over, turns off a lot of people. Very inventory and in-depth games can turn off a lot of people. So as far as like total market share kind of thing goes, I don't see Zomboid ever being like the big game. It's just got too many things that, you know, you might be into the depth but not into the hardcore. And yeah, you can go into and change settings and do mods and all that. And that's very fine and valid. But you get where I'm going with that. It does have a lot of things that kind of limits its addressable market. Which isn't bad per se, but it does mean we do have to kind of accept the fact that it isn't a game that's going to have a colossal following. On the broader scope, we're talking like the Call of Duties, the Overwatches, the Fortnites, the games that, you know, just about anyone can hop into. It's a while away, but I already have your wife saying, "I miss you," over her shoulder. Yeah. And I don't think, like, any of those comments I just made, I don't think that's bad. See, multiplayer build internally might be even more unstable than single player as far as we know. I mean, by definition, it probably will be. Like, adding multiplayer or updating multiplayer in games is way more painful than the base game, because you have to start worrying about the impacts of latency. What happens if two people interact with the same object at the same time? How do you resolve this type of situation when you have multiple eyeballs on it? Like, you end up with all those kind of edge cases that in single player you can pretty much ignore, because there's only the player. We've already had people who just hook up a trailer to their vehicle and it goes into the sky in, like, the current one. And that was a problem that used to almost exclusively impact multiplayer. It used to be a desync problem. Yeah, no, it certainly sold a lot of copies. Like, that's the two different sides of the thing to go into, is like, okay, how many copies did it sell? Okay, how many concurrent players does it have? A terrible game with good marketing will sell a lot of copies, but also not have a player base. And that's not me implying Project Zomboid is those things. I've got thousands of hours in this game. I certainly don't think it's a terrible game. But, like, how many regurgitating an old IP that was a really B game that everyone, like, gets super pissed off about because it's really poorly done, but did sell a lot of copies, do we have out there? It's a pretty long list. Versus, I'd argue, concurrent players on Steam is probably about as good of a metric as you're going to find for getting a gauge on it. Yes, there is the ability to play it without Steam in the past. I have no idea if you still can or not. Pencil has an eraser. Did lemongrass cure your nausea? Yeah, so we're still mostly sick. Like, to the point of queasy. But the lemongrass does mitigate it, so it was enough that it kind of pushed me over the fence. So I'm still part way to queasy, but not enough that it shows the moodle. You can't just knock it like one after the other before anyone thinks that, like, oh, well, just eat your stuff and just start slamming lemongrass. The lemongrass, when you take it, it kind of gives you a hidden buff to resist, like, the food poisoning, all that, and it lasts for, I think it's like 2 in-game hours or whatever. So eating another lemongrass within that, the only value it gives you is 1 hunger. Yeah, so we got a lot of zombies. Surprisingly, they're there. Would have figured they would have been drawn farther to the south. I know there's at least one more sheep that was up in these trees, but it was a ram, and we're not grabbing the ram. I was kind of low-key hoping when we when we brought the zombies down toward us, that it would end up chasing off that sheep out of those trees, but it's not looking like it. Alright, let's go ahead and take apart that watch is working on. Yeah, no, it probably when it does go stable branch with multiplayer, I think that's when we're going to see the highest numbers in build 42. But that also depends on how things go with the unstable. Like let's say for example, that it were to go and basically they just did bug fixes, but otherwise it's exactly like it is right now. There's a lot of problems right now so far as balance and all that. But let's just say that didn't get fixed. That's not going to be what happens, but let's pretend. We would probably have a very poor reception then, and that would probably absolutely obliterate the numbers. Go ahead and get the pen out of here. Because we got a pencil now. There's a sheep up there. I seens it. Yeah, ran right up in there. I am not down to run in the middle of that garbage with as many zombies we've seen popping out of those trees. I am not down to run up there to attempt to get rid of them. Oh, wait. I didn't realize I aggroed you. Let's see if I can get a view to at least figure out what kind of sheep it is. Like I said, it ran up here. No idea if it kept running around. It very well may have with how many zombies are there. Yeah, let's see it. I'm not willing to run to those cluster of trees unless, like, if we absolutely confirmed it was the mom that has milk, I might take a pretty big risk for that. Because unfortunately I can't shout to draw it to us. We don't have the familiarity with it or whatever that stat is. Alright, so it's definitely not over there. Because there's more zombies over there and they'll run from it. So it's in those trees somewhere. I think that sheep is a lost cause. Unless it happens to run out on its only. Unless, like, something scares it out of there. Yeah, that's as far as I'm willing to go. Sorry, farther than I should. Yeah, but I definitely saw a sheep go running to the east there, but it probably ran to that group and then went north deeper into the woods and... Nah. Nah, you a tree sheep now. Okay. So somewhere I have like a pile of stones and branches and all that. Yeah, you underestimate the forest all the time. Well, the thing is, it doesn't even take like 1 or 2 zombies in there for it to be a real problem. It's just kind of one of those things that you go in there and it seems like it's all fine and dandy. And everything goes sideways. It's bad enough when you want to kill zombies that you know are in the forest because you just keep making noise again and again. But my understanding with the animals is they'll actually run out. Or they'll run away from you. You're already over encumbered. We're going to stop searching. I stayed out later than I should have, as is. Yeah, the moment you're in there and you're close enough to a tree that a zombie can take 1 step and grab. Are you finding weapons much harder to make in build 42? Not really, just the spear. The spear is, well, actually I shouldn't say that. Yes. The answer is yes. Because build 41, I can make the spear, the axe, and the hammer right away. The spear is harder to make just period. They changed the recipe to require a special type of stick versus just any stick or plank. Once you get the level 1 maintenance, the other ones are fine, but getting the maintenance for the axes and the hammers is a bit of a burden if you're not able to get a hold of stuff. But once you get there, that's not that big a deal. Probably should leave that. It's too dark. And the plan is to sleep over here tonight, not go the whole way back. Yeah, branches take a little bit. I've got the branches, like I got a bunch of them laying on the ground. I don't have them back at base because the branches have a decent amount of weight to them, and with my limited weight, I keep chucking them back in the ground because as much as I want the axes, you know, to make 2 axes, I gotta fill up 4 inventory space of a backpack with them. And it's like I need the weapon, but at the same time, it's a bit of a hard sell. We can eat one of our berries. That's fine. We're fast forwarding real fast till it's daytime. Well, till we're ready to go to sleep for daytime. Alright, we can go here, eat another one of our questionable berries. You know, I saw the bunny. If I don't abuse the bug where you can butcher them endlessly, I haven't found killing them to butcher them to be worth time. I could spend time doing that, or I could spend time continuing to try and push this area. What shirt you have? Oh, it's the dino from Dino Dance. Which had at TwitchCon. You haven't played it? Oh, Dino Dance isn't a game. Dino Dance is that emote directly above that last message you just put up. Oh yeah, no, you're all good. So, like, you keep finding the branches. Just don't have the carry weight to take him anywhere. We're gonna have to do that at some point. How dare you not know every single emote on Twitch? I know, right? I expected more. No, I'm teasing. You missed the emo class? Oh, that was not an exam to skip. Oh man, no, it's... You're gonna have so much catch up. I don't know how you're gonna come back from that. I also just realized. I do apologize, Gold. I was not trying to ignore you over on YouTube. YouTube chat got consumed by the bot. Yeah, no, I don't know how you're bringing the GPA back after that. Like, emo class is like 40% of the total score for the entire course. It's just viewed as like very important. Oh yeah, no, my understanding with the Dino Dance emote thing was it was just like a temporary promotion thing that they switched it. That was only ever intended on being for a short while. They've done that a couple of times, and it mainly pretty much not gone well for them a single time, so I think they'll stop doing that. The one they've been running into recently is, like, the licensing will expire on an emote. We obviously don't know what, like, the negotiations happening behind the scenes are. But something breaks down there. And so they drop it. And then people throw a big fit because they like the emote, which is understandable, that's fair. And then, like, the artist's like, oh, I'd love to license it again, but we still don't know what the numbers are being talked. To be like, oh, I'd love to license it again. Oh yeah, it's just, you know, $5,000 for the year, whatever. And they could probably pay it. And you'll have them say, I was like, oh no, the amount I offered was entirely affordable. It's like, well, we also don't know what the actual numbers are, what that means, or context. I still think the stuff where they had the ones that we don't really know 100% if they're generative AI or not. They very much look like it, but I've also seen a lot of people jump on, so it's like, it's generative AI, and it's like, it's not, though. It's like, it might look like it to you, but it's very not. Not speaking about the emotes, by the way, but I'm talking about just art in general. I've seen I've seen people go after some game devs and be like, that's generative AI, how dare you? It's like, but it's not generative AI. It's like we could talk about the quality of the art or something, and sure. But it is those things that I actually feel like that's almost the worst part of the generative AI issue. Is sure, you know, there are game companies who are using generative AI in place of artists and all that. And not only game companies, but like all sorts of stuff, not using artists but using generative AI instead. Basically getting rid of jobs and cheaping out. But I almost feel like even worse than that is how many people get accused of using generative AI who aren't. And that's kind of the double whammy where you've got this thing, you know, attacking your livelihood, and then you are being accused of using the thing that's attacking your livelihood. That is a lot of zombies weirdly in one spot. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because a lot of the things that people say, oh no, you can 100% tell when something's generative AI. That hand has one too few fingers. It's like, yeah, you know what? My background includes computer graphics and all that. Do you know what? Do you know my mistakes I've made in drawing hands have been a number of times? That. Because you're usually figuring out the angle of how you want to work everything, and you make mistakes. It's not you don't know how many fingers are on a hand, it's that you're more focused on like, okay, what angle is this? Alright, just trying to make this look the way I want it to. And you just miss that you completely forgot the pinky finger, or, you know, that like, it's kind of a weird side view, so it looks like there's less fingers. Don't do that. Yeah, it went fine. Let's see. Community meeting? Community meeting. I actually don't... That might be a game or whatever. I don't know that one. The origin for the name. It's actually nowhere near as exciting as you'd think. It's literally, I went to play a game called Ultima Online, and I had to name a character. And I was like, Rual Storge. That sounds like a human name. I didn't cite it or reference it from something. I'm sure, like, you know, the inner workings of how brains work, it mashed a couple words together or something like that and came up with it, whether I consciously realize it or not. But as far as I'm aware, I don't know of a character named Rual. There's a character with 3 fingers of the thumb, no one worried. Yeah, no, it's like, that's the thing. It's kind of become a little bit of a witch hunt of like, everything, you know, is it generative AI? Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah, the generative AI has that plasticky look, and I do agree, but it's not the only thing that's ever had that weird, kind of uncanny valley plasticky look that generative AI has. And for the record, I'm like entirely... Like, there is forms of generative AI that can be used in productive and ethical ways where it's not stealing people's work and jobs and yada yada. But the big issue right now is most of the use that we're seeing, like on the broad scale, that is what it's being used for. It's just saying, we don't want to play this person, so we're gonna go ahead and use this thing that's stealing their work. And then pay for that instead. Yeah, exactly, Rage. But that's like the big thing, is the broader usage is, well, I just don't want to pay an artist. So instead I'm going to pay this machine to effectively steal from artists. And then pretend like it's effectively taking their work, borrowing it, quote-unquote, mashing it together, and then repackaging and reselling it. Like, if there was a model where, like, the things it was trained on, you had an ongoing commission or whatever, what's the word, royalties or whatever, then sure. You opt in, you get your royalties. Every time someone generates something using that thing, you get a small cut where everyone involved has made agreements and all that. Sure, no problem. No problem whatsoever. That'd honestly be great for us if it was done, you know, where the compensation was reasonable. That's just not what's happening. Yeah, as far as these zombies, I think that's just because of how many... Where's the katana? I don't know. I haven't seen one. Actually, no, we survived over a month. I believe we are now eligible for a katana to show up. But yeah, so the helicopter, since I took it to the south, a lot of these are probably the zombies that were up in those trees to the north of me. But a bit north of this is like a nature preserve thing. It's where one of our characters died recently. And I suspect some of these zombies are from there. Well, thank you for the multiple lighters. All right. You mean actually pay people for their own work? Yeah. I mean, that's my big problem. It's just like, hey man, someone did work. You should probably have to pay him for it. I feel that is not an unreasonable ask. Especially if you are selling what they did work. Oh yeah, no, they definitely did marketing calling it OpenAI. Well, I mean, so there is like an arguably open part of OpenAI, but it's more the tech is the open part, like that you can implement in other things. So like, sure, there's that. It's like you have ChatGPT, but you know, ChatGPT like does get consumed by a whole lot of other things. Yeah, we're still in a lot of pain. Because we haven't been using the sharp blunt as much. Trying to give that pain a moment to drop off. It's just going to keep getting worse and worse otherwise. I guess just live with it. Yeah, no idea where that sheep's possibly gone away to. Let's start with the ones down over here. Because just getting too narrow of a path here where if something goes wrong and they collapse in, I'd find myself with, you know, a bunch of zombies behind me. And well, I'm sure I could probably handle it. It's taking a needless risk. I'm trying to avoid resorting to just pushing as well by, by deliberate decision. And the reason I'm doing that is I don't gain weapons skill by stomping. Nor do I gain maintenance. So it's kind of one of those things like, yeah, it's going to make us have a short-term pain in combat, but I want to continue to work on the other stuff. So I got 4 more. Even with us using something other than axes, we're still doing pretty okay. That's a feature. If you play on Sandbox, you get some settings for your maps and all that. So, like, you have the, whether or not the map is active at all. So you can actually turn off the map in the game. Or if the map is, like, fully disabled, it doesn't do anything. You can't pull out your map at all. You can have it so it pre-populates the entire map, so you can see, like, where you see, like, the different buildings and all that being revealed on here. You can see everything before you even explore it. But then you also have the option of mini-map. And that's the mini-map feature. I mostly do that so people can see where I've been, like, get an idea where I am immediately if they're familiar with the area, that kind of thing. That said, it used to be on Build 41, once I'd explored a bunch of it, I would just show the entire map because I kind of memorized the map. There wasn't really anything that's like, oh, you know, spoilers seeing things. How's your day going? Pretty good. Okay, so we're getting the attack speed penalty from pain, so it is finally time that I get to pushing and all that. Because that is a bit too much for me to manage. Alright, so we got the zombies that are over in this corner. You're getting thirsty. And we save the last hammer, because the last hammer is what I want to actually use as a tool. Alright, there's the attack speed penalty from pain. Yeah, it's a lot down there. Alright. Let's see if any of these ones up here have split up enough I can start pulling them a couple at a time a little bit easier. Because what should happen with a bunch of these is where they're clustering these groups that are bigger than their rally group. I think rally group is like, what, 20 now or something like that? So if they end up with groups more than 20, what they will likely do is they will start breaking up into smaller groups. Because rally group is kind of like the largest group they'll try to stay in. Hey, Soul Adams, how's it going? Yeah, because that's more than 20 there. Alright, so bear with me, chat, because I owe a stretch, I need to use restroom, and I need to do all those things. So I'm going to quickly do that while we're on the ad break, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a few minutes. So thank you for joining the stream. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this individual groups or wherever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gone with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen.
What is going on?
A raid?
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Europop.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor eventually. They kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this.
That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in
Doc,
theirs,
can I
like
get hit with some
headbanging.
of that sweet, sweet morphine?
That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap.
Oh,
Like-
right.
Wait,
That
I
was,
attached the stick. That was Hotel Renovator. We played that on stream a long time ago. Like, had a lot of fun with it. Honestly, for a game that looked like it was just another sort of house flipper-esque game, Hotel Renovator was really good. Like, they even had like a little bit of a story to it, a whole bunch of like little mini games, and they were relatively decently done. Some of them were pretty kind of whatever, nothing mini game kind of things. But like, it was actually good. Actually, earlier this year we went back and we revisited for a day, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah, Soul Adams. I had a stream yesterday that I hadn't gotten sleep the night before, and I streamed for about 4 hours. I was like, I can't. I'm too tired. So I knew it was going to cost a bunch of people stream streaks when that happened, but just kind of one of those things now. I still expect the stream streak functionality to get shut down. Like, they're not maintaining it. And it's creating a lot of negative side stuff and all that. Right. Yeah, no, there's a lot of features. If they want to keep it, they need a thing where, like, I, as the content creator, be like, this is a non-standard stream. I'm streaming outside my normal hours. Don't count it. Individuals, when they, like, go on vacation or whatever, need to be able to pause their stream streaks for a little while. Or if they don't even want to do that much, have some type of, like, mechanic, like, for every 10 streams, you're given, like, one freebie that it won't reset your streak. Just something. But, when we talk to the people at Twitch, they basically are like, yeah, we're not... It's just not something we're focused on. The person who came up with it isn't there anymore. They were one of the people who got caught with the layoffs. And it's just not a thing that's getting a priority. So it's just kind of one of those things that it's not going to get any maintenance done to it. I'm kind of expecting it to just be left there to rot. What are you focused on, Twitch? apparently, stream together / guest star / knock / you know, the same, try and get multiple people to stream together. That's been literally the last 2 TwitchCons. It's been their major announcement from the TwitchCon has been that. And they've done major overhauls of it during that stuff. Yeah, no, I did see that they did move they experimented with moving the info panel to the top. It was not particularly well received, and they moved it back down. But yeah, no, for people who were asking earlier, like they're like, oh, you know, well, what's the ethical use of generative AI? So you can sit there and do stuff like, I've known there's been creators have been doing like these generative AI shoutouts, where like, you know, they'll join someone's chat, they'll try and grab a little bit of information, like what have they been streaming recently, like what's a little verbiage, and they'll try and make this like fun little off the cuff greeting that's just kind of a little fun silly thing. Those are fine. Like it's not like you're gonna pay someone to sit in the back of your room on the fly, come up with something. So I think that's you know, not so bad. You have generative AI, like for example, there was the mod for Skyrim that we messed with, where you had an NPC who would try to remember a bunch of different things that happened in your run and all that, and you could ask questions and all that, and the NPC would actually try to respond to you. It got weird because generative AI isn't that good. But you'd have all sorts of fun. Yeah, the custom shouts. So, like, there's good things. The way to look at it, and the way I look at it is, you know, am I using the generative AI to replace a person, or to shortchange a person, or whatever? Like, is it a spot that if I had infinite dollars, I would pay someone to do, and they could reasonably do it? And the answer is no. That's a pretty good case. Now you still have to worry about like how did they source their material they trained their library on and all that. There's still places it can be bad. But that is one huge thing about like, okay, it's art assets for a game. All right, well that was potentially someone's job that now isn't. Like the ones that really upset me is when you have, you know, some multi-billion-dollar company who is, you know, pulling record profits in, and then they just generative AI a commercial or generative AI a bunch of images. Like, man, what are you doing? Like, you could pay for the best artists in the world, and it wouldn't even be like, calling it a rounding error would be unfair to rounding errors because of how small it would be. Like, that's the one where I'm, like, solidly, you know, you see that and you're like, well, F you, insert name of company here. Like Call of Duty with his Christmas Santa zombie with 6 fingers. I was thinking Coca-Cola. Because I'm like, Coke, man... Like, between you and PepsiCo, you basically own soft drinks. Like, yeah, there's a couple others there, but I mean, let's be fair. You basically own soft drinks. You can afford to hire a couple of artists. Yeah, no, the Coca-Cola they had, it was a Christmas ad where it was like all of the Christmas Coke trucks rolling out to, you know, make sure they got the soda delivered or whatever. And you looked at the trucks compared to each other, and they weren't even remotely, like, they were clearly different sizes. And don't get me wrong, that's a mistake an artist can make, certainly. But then it was like 3D models and everything, you're like, I'm sorry. Where I will defend that you make mistakes and all that, that is that is hands down, you would just make that first truck, and as a 3D artist, you would copy and paste that model and move it between that. So, where I was specifically mentioning earlier on, I do hate that it's become like a witch hunt on it. Yeah, and the Coca-Cola one even had a disclaimer that it was using generative AI because there are countries who have already gone and said, hey, you are required to disclose if something's made with generative AI. There's not many, and a bunch are working on such legislation. And they probably did that preemptively, expecting to still run that same ad after the legislation drops. Where they source the AI's info from, we have no idea. Like, we don't know if it's something in-house that, you know, arguably was done, you know, quote-unquote ethically. Maybe they did pay the artists and all that kind of stuff. But it just felt gross. Let's see, the Coke stuff was stupid. The Call of Duty stuff is even worse because it's a loading screen people needed to buy or work for in a season pass or something. You think that's, so they basically sold, you know, one is a commercial, you're being stuck with it. So, you know, you're watching your show, your movie, your webs, like your stream or whatever, and this Coke ad comes up and you're like, stupid ad. And the other one, you're paying for the privilege of getting generative AI. Etsy is filled with AI clip art. Yeah, no, and I've also noticed that's been a big thing happening on stuff like Fiverr as well. That a number of the artists I've worked in with the past are having a great deal of difficulty because, you know, they have these generative AI things they're just dumping on the market for basically nothing because they don't have to worry about any effort. They can just chuck it up there. So it's hurting a lot of the actual artists. But yeah, so there's a difference between you're being subjected to generative AI and you're paying for it. Yeah, to be fair, generative AI is the current fad tech word. That's primarily what's driving force behind it. So every investor is like, you know, asking people, it's like, what are you using AI for in your products? And you'll have the person like, I make sewing machines. What do you mean, what am I using AI for in my products? It's a sewing machine, man. You're like, no. And they're like, oh, man, you're just not keeping up. Like that kind of thing. The BS buzzwords. It happens in tech all the time. So I don't think it's gonna go away. Like I don't think generative AI is those things. It's gonna be here and it's gonna be gone. What I think is gonna happen is we're gonna have this huge wave of all this garbage for a while, just like we had with blockchain and crypto and, you know, again, machine learning is one I do mention. The difference is machine learning actually has a very valid use case, whereas the other ones, you know, it's just like it was put on everything, even if it doesn't make sense because it was a tech buzzword. It was just a tech buzzword that actually, you know, or something. So we can get up there and get this stomp real fast. This will still work. Fall over. Fall over before your friend gets here. Fall over before your friend gets here. Don't troll me. You all suck. Alright, well, we're going home. AI is way more useful than blockchain. I mean, I don't disagree with that. Blockchain had like one or two very, very, very niche specific things it could do that were productive. And people were like, we could apply it to driver's license. Why would you need to? Like, are you gonna get every police officer and bartender to have a blockchain, like, Oh, that's not what I want to see. I hate that. You know, get a special reader for your driver's license so it can do the calculation for blockchain to make sure it's valid. You remember AI thermal paste from Cooler Master? I hadn't heard that. That doesn't surprise me. But it's the same thing. Like, this happens all the time in tech. Something becomes the big fad, everyone jumps on board, investors start being like, oh no, we can't miss this, this is the big thing, like, this is gonna be like the next thing from, like, search engines to whatever. You know, if I don't get on now, I'm gonna miss the train. You know, this is my multi-billion-dollar investment, that kind of thing. You know, and then anyone who actually knows the tech realizes it's a bunch of, like, again, not that AI, generative AI even, doesn't have any use case, but, like, what it's being applied to. This is not what I want to see. I shouldn't be seeing zombies over here from that helicopter. Because they shouldn't have been able to get to this area with that body of water blocked there. Which means they got drawn down here and came out to the side. We haven't had a meta event or anything after the helicopter. So I'm a little leery that we're going to get home and have problems. This time I have a flashlight. So if we run the same time, like the same situation as last time where it's dark when I get home, I can at least look around and see. And if it is hot, we will simply go out in the woods somewhere and go to sleep and come back. Let's see, they needed something that had the AI name, and there was an explanation that it could be used to cool AI data centers. I don't have it on me, because they made it weigh 8 encumbrance, so I got rid of it like it's just sitting at home. Because 8 encumbrance would be literally the heaviest item I have. It used to be 1. But the people hear stories about people who passed on things like Microsoft, IBM, Google, and others. If you're missing out as a powerful and you're talking billions, oh yeah. Well, even for as much as cryptocurrency is still like a solution for a problem that they can't find. And like you look at it now and people still drop tons of money, but it's effectively no different than like Beanie Babies back in the day. Its entire value is just people trading it back and forth for the most part. Yes, technically there's a handful of places that accept it and whatever, but by and large it's nearly impossible to use. And so it's kind of one of those things that, like, you know, people did get filthy stinking rich off of crypto, and people still did get filthy stinking rich off of NFTs too. It doesn't mean it wasn't basically a scam and not worth the data that went into it. And so it's just kind of one of those things like, yeah, people did make a whole bunch of money. They don't really care that it wasn't worth anything, and like they basically got a whole bunch of money from people and then left them with the bag where you effectively just screwed one person out of their money or whatever. You get the idea. At least with Beanie Babies you got a stupid little stuffed animal out of it. Yeah, and there's people who do illicit stuff with it, and they're like, people have done reasonable things with it. It's just, by and large, it's the anonymity to, you know, have, you know, quote-unquote unrecorded documentation for purchases. But people have already figured out ways to backtrack a lot of the information. Not to the point where they see an ID and they just know whose it is. There's more to it than that. But like because it keeps a record of all like the transactions passed. But yeah, it's a whole thing. No. I'm pretty sure the US won't accept them in crypto. It's probably some politician said, you know, they should or something like that. But yeah, no, you can only use US dollars to pay your taxes. You might find, like, third-party stuff that would do it, though. I'd believe that, like, some third party offering to allow you to pay your taxes with them as kind of the middle person, and them accepting crypto. I would 100% believe that. And they probably give you an absolutely horrific exchange rate. Oh yeah, no, the number of times I've seen someone like break out a 5 or a 10, or like, how much will it cost, when I visited like Germany, and you just kind of stare at them and you're like, what are you doing? Like, that's not legal tender here, man. It's like, you might get a person to accept if they realize what you're offering them is just, you know, you are really screwing yourself kind of thing, and offering them way too much base exchange rate. But yeah, that money's not gonna do you any good here. About the butcher bug, you can duplicate without the bug. It just butcher it while on the floor instead of having it in your primary, secondary hands. Yeah. Yeah, no, I realize it's the bag. I haven't seen much use in, like, butchering the rabbits yet, though. They haven't given me nearly as much. I probably still should. Alright. They just got raided by 15 pawns carrying 15 sniper rifles. That didn't end well for them. Oh, you just stood up close with your melee people and some, like, shotguns and just let them feed themselves in? Because it'd take a day and a half to aim, and you'd just be like, alright, there you go. Butchering is its own skill. That's actually been one of the complaints about Build 42, is there's a lot of skills that people feel shouldn't be separated on their own skills, like carving versus carpentry. People have argued very heavily that should just be one skill. I don't necessarily disagree. Like, in real life, yeah, those really are separate things. But also, come on, man. We already have enough stuff to level. I am finding the ones right up against the water's edge can be hard to make work. I'm also seeing if we can get one that has something higher than handful. Okay, they're doing fine. How's the foods? Food's still holding up extremely well. Yeah, no, it's because you just put a square there that determines where their habitat is or whatever. And because of that, they are pooping out in the middle of the water. Even though clearly they haven't reached it, it's effectively just spawning the poop in. Alright, so unfortunately we did get a bunch of zombies closer to home. Oh right, we have the thunderstorm today. Yeah, strong winds. Weather continues. Wait, whoa. Hang on. Dial that back for a moment. You said a thunderstorm was coming. You don't start that by saying there's going to be a thunderstorm followed by tropical storm. Them's cheating. Them's cheating. You're breaking the rules, game. All right. What's the difference? Mostly severity. Tropical storm just has more noise, more rain, more trees moving around, so it's kind of harder to make out what's going on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what else do we got here that we can craft in the meantime? So I have a feeling when it comes to some of this stuff, crafting the stuff that requires crafting skill probably goes farther for us. Okay, well, we're going back out. We're going to fight zombies near our home. Because unfortunately, that storm's going to be a pain in our butt. Yeah, I'll go a little long. And one thing that should happen as we're doing this, and we keep killing these zombies, we keep having the helicopters, is the helicopters will gradually deplete a lot of the zombies in the area, so that'll, like, no matter what, if we are killing the zombies, we are progressing. We are kind of in a spot of the map that is generally considered lower population. But at the same time, we are playing on absurd populations. Okay. How goes our forging skill, by the way? Alright, so it's going fine. Strength and fitness is going fine. Animal care is slowly coming up. Our napping is getting the music more and more intense like I'm in a fight. And I'm not, and it's weirded me out, man. Calm down. Was the helicopter's lore purpose? Well, I don't think it's the official canon. The general belief is that the helicopter is a news helicopter. So in Project Zomboid lore, you are in the Knox County exclusion zone that the military has put up security around the area, and they're like, if you come out, we will shoot you. You're under quarantine that is being strictly enforced. No one in, no one out. Like, anyone crossing is going to get shot. And so what's happening is everyone's wondering what the heck is going on. The government's saying it's not a big deal. And yet you've got this incredibly militarized zone. And so the suspicion is some helicopter with a news reporter sneaks into the exclusion zone to figure out what is what is it that is going on in here that everyone's being so secret about, that are being told it's okay, but all of the evidence is pointing the other direction. And so they come out here and they find you, and they circle you for a little while, realize, you know, the implications that maybe they realize they're putting you in danger, or they got the footage or whatever, and so they bugger off. And the reason they don't ever come back normally, because we're using special settings, so we're non-canon settings or whatever you want to go with. But the reason they only come once is if you listen to the news stations and all that, it's just a little bit after a week that basically society begins to completely crumble. That the zombie apocalypse breaks out, you know, and does what zombie apocalypse do. But yeah, so it's the theory is that it's a news reporter violating the quarantine to try and figure out what it is that Uncle Sam is keeping on the down low. Pick up a mouse toy. I have not been able to get a fish yet. I'm going to go and drop the mouse toy here, because I don't want to lug it with me. Oh, I'm going to... It's fine. I'm just going to keep seeing it. I'm going to chuck it. Because there is no cats in the game yet. And you can find plenty of mouse toys in houses and all that. So me holding onto it's really not worth my time. And it weighs enough I don't want to lug it around. Yeah, normal settings, you only ever get one helicopter. Just one time. But we're doing sweaty tryhard settings, so the helicopter just keeps coming back and coming back and coming back. So in our canon, the helicopter has a personal grudge and basically flips you the bird and says, I'll be back in just over a week. Oh, no, the fishing is a mini game. I know that off the top of my head. They have a fishing mini game it's kind of like a tug-of-war mechanic. Where basically, as the tension goes up... Okay, it looks like the zombies are going northwest from that meta event. That'll probably work out really well for us. The zombies going northwest should take them away from where we dropped them off. It might put them back in the road from the group we put them down there, but that's okay. Yeah, so they're all working their ways west to north by northwest. Sorry, west by... Yeah, north by northwest. That was correct. No, sorry. West by northwest. So they're going kind of like this angle. So that should draw a lot of them away. I still might have problems at the house they've been staying overnight. I might have to keep clearing there. That is what it is. We just got to keep working on it. Yeah, there is a bug where it's not only batteries, anything that has, like, a remaining amount in them does drain when it's not in something being used. Like, I believe it's when you save and, like, between save times and all that. It's a pretty nasty bug. It just means don't take the time to go collect a whole lot of batteries. You're just going to be disappointed. The way to work around is keep a lot of flashlights and keep a lot of radios, and anytime you get a good battery, shove it in a radio or whatever. And that'll keep the batteries charged. I'd probably say that's the worst bug we have at the moment, is that draining bug, because that really does hurt a lot of things. Yep, so I'm just gonna re-clear the zombies back home. Or back between where we have our like little safe layover. And we're not gonna re-clear all the surrounding area. Just getting the way to and from there fairly clear. And then continue to work on the road towards town. And that's because between meta events and the helicopter and everything else, we will be drawing zombies all over the place a lot. And so we want to keep focusing on whatever progression we can get. Yes, in my run, the helicopter will keep coming back every, like, the most frequent is 10 days in between. And I don't really know what the maximum they can be, but I know it's over 20. You know, barring undocumented change, which there certainly could be. So far, it's basically aligned with my expectations. Oh, they got onion seeds in that one. Okay, and I just have the hammers on me, so let's go ahead and plan for the next hammer. All right. That is quite a few up here. Not a huge number. It's only about one rally group, they're just spread really wide. Alright. But that's all close enough to the layover house we've been using. So I gotta clear it. Alright, there's another one. That's just it, we're just picking away at them onesie and twosies until they're all dead. And then the more we fight with the same categories of weapons, the less muscle strain and a bunch of that'll be a problem. And every time I hit a zombie like this, I'm getting a bit over 1 strength XP and a bit under 1... Actually, I think we might be gaining exactly 1 fitness XP. So we are getting a little bit stronger and a little bit better I don't know, what do you console? Like, you know, our general fitness is getting better. You're a little bit behind the... So this character was created 5-6 days ago, whatever it was. Right after Ling died. And the character itself doesn't have much in the way of lore other than we've decided they are an EMT, and that's kind of where it's gone. We're just saying that's why they had the ambulance we found, and it's wrecked, and we can't drive it anymore, or I would. Someday in our life, we will get a jack and be able to put that ambulance back on its wheels, or just get a new vehicle. Disposable lighter, worn rock, have the branch. Get my next hammer ready. Where did you go? Oh, she wasn't actually chasing me, she just turned around. That's fine, you see me. I think also you spotted me. Can you get a wheel off another car? Yes, I need a jack though. I have the tire iron for removing the lug nuts and all that, but I need a jack to lift the car to actually get it off. And we haven't seen one yet. Caffeine pills? Don't mind if I do. But yeah, once I get a jack, I know almost all things have condition and maintenance to them and all that now. I can't imagine you go through jacks very quickly. Like, ignoring realism and all that, you still just don't use them very often. It's just when a tire is like properly worn out, and unless they like absolutely murdered the way they last a long time. Yeah, I think we've actually seen a jack in this run. It was just while we were running around out in the middle of nowhere. And the jacks are not exactly the lightest. Because I vaguely remember we saw one of the cars that had the wheel off, which is one of like the story event kind of things they add to the world. Please fall over. It'll make my life much easier if you do. I would really appreciate if you fell over. Friend? I can call you friend, right? Fall over. Buddy? Pal? Broski? Alright, okay. They needed a broski. They weren't buddy, they weren't friend, they weren't pal. They needed a broski. I understand. You gotta use the right terminology for the right people. Jack doesn't have a condition to worry about? That'd be good. It's one of those things, even if it did, I feel like you'd go through like 8 or 9 cars doing repairs over multiple years and your jack would break and you'd kind of sit there for a second and be like, what? Because of how infrequently you use them. I got a zombie behind us, let's deal with that one. I'm also thinking we probably back out, because the weather forecast did mention going from thunderstorm to tropical storm. So, I'm expecting this to get pretty gnarly. Oh, I've broken jacks in real life, yeah. The little pill jack kind of ones. I've done some things with those that they were never meant to do. But you're like, man, you got a bunch of these from all of these different junked cars. We could see if this will work. Nope. Nope, didn't work. the digital watch is a Casio. It doesn't outright say it's a Casio, but it very clearly is. If it's not a Casio, it's designed to really look like a Casio. You need more to that story? I would say we were trying to pry apart things that weren't meant to be pried apart. And the jack was about the right height to wedge in there. And you know, you can get a pretty good amount of force out of one of those jacks. Clamshells? The big clamshell. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd be curious to actually see inside a clam that big. You're not wrong if I had the opportunity. I don't think a bottle jack... You'd have to figure out how to get it in there first. Yeah, no, it's the copyright safe Casio. So we are a little bit uncomfortable and we are drenched. So if you actually look at our body temperature here, it is going down. And one thing to know about body temperature in product Zomboid is your body generates temperature. The colder you get, the harder it is for your body to generate temperature, so it is a bad feedback loop in the sense that as you let your body get colder, it's harder to get it back from being colder. So while it takes a lot to start, crashing your body heat, it is a bit more work to bring it back. Now the good news is, this is going slow enough. All I have to do to fix that is probably have my character jog just a little bit. Hey, Silvraxi, how's it going? No? I saw those berries. Okay. Yeah, so you see it's very slowly going down. Very, very slowly going down. Harbor Freight is a tool brand. It's kind of your... How would I describe it? Not no frills. It's you're not getting a bunch of extra packaging and garbage, or you need a drill, here's a drill. Did you want a bunch of extra crap with it? That's not what you're getting. You're getting a drill. And it's not a bad thing. It's just really, really good for if you just want to get yourself a decent drill for cheap. Harbor Freight is relatively good. Really, they're really, really good for those tools you're going to use a couple of times, so you don't need something that really needs to hold up, and you want to not spend much money on it. They do have higher-end brands, too, but that's more of what Harbor Freight's reputation is, just... I need to break this thing, this concrete up. I'm going to do it one time ever. Let me get the right tool for doing the job. Cool. But I get the cheap one. Not cheap as in crappy, cheap as in inexpensive. Unintentional use of carjacks? Yes. You want to know what the last thing I bought from Harbor Freight was? I bought 4 $20 drills. Do you know what I did with them? I ripped them apart and I took their drill motors and I made a robot with it. Because it was cheaper than buying the motors outside of the drills. So I got a bunch of these chucks and all that, and I'm like, what am I going to do with this? Well, I don't know. They're chucks for a very specific brand of drill that no one's heard of. They're not standard in any way. Let me intercept before we get stuck with an ad. How much do you weigh? 0.2? Honestly, caffeine pills I'm willing to give up 0.2 space for. If I can basically resist having sleep problem, that's actually a really big berry. What does 16 times pop mean? So in Project Zomboid, when you play the game, historically, I'm just gonna use the build 41 numbers because they're easier. But build 41, when you play on regular Apocalypse, it starts at 1 times population. What 16 times pop means is I've set the game to give me 16 times as many zombies. So if you play Apocalypse mode, on average, I would see an entire rally group of 16 instead of 1. So you're living at large in house as well? Also 0 to hero? Yeah. Alright, so we got all that. What time do I normally go to bed? Honestly, so I wrap up stream usually around 4 a.m. my time, which is basically like any time now. And then I usually work on stuff after stream, that kind of thing, for a good couple of hours after stream and go to bed probably like 6 something. It varies. Like the time I go to sleep, I'm much more flexible about. Let's keep 1 axe here at the house at all times. Alright, so let's get rid of the dead areas while we're waiting until it gets darker. So basically the crops that didn't make it, just gonna yoink. Yeah, they gotta change some with the crops because with the way they're set now, no one's growing anything. Like, even if you try, you're probably not growing anything. I've been planting the beginning of each season, just like put them in the ground, just see what happens. The only one is our last character, we actually did see some cabbage start to grow. Does it take long to grow things? That's the problem. Is it used to be really not that long. Like 7 days, 8 days, whatever. But it's now much, much longer. Some of them go all the way up to like 200-something days, which even people like myself who do like the big long marathon runs is just you don't stay in one place that long. It's not realistic. Yeah, you can do the info there, but the info will walk up to the sheep and check them. I'm not too worried about that. Maybe we can get NPCs to do the work for the farm. I honestly hope not. Because if that's the way it goes, then you basically are forced to do NPC things. Versus one thing that Project Zomboid has done pretty good about over all these years is there's no mechanic you're forced to do. That's honestly my big worry about the NPC updates. Is that NPCs will end up being just too much of like a power thing or too... like that they'll basically invade all aspects of the game is my fear. That's the update I'm most concerned about. Let's see, if they make it to where you can choose to have them or not at multiple levels, then that'd be pretty good. Yeah. No, but the idea is, like, if farming is balanced around the idea of you having them, then you gotta have them. Or you just don't farm. Like, that's the concern there. Alright. Yeah, there'll be sandbox settings. I was never under the impression that, like, working with all the NPCs was the vision. Like, don't get me wrong, that vision may have changed or something over the years. Like, the whole vision of the game in the past is that, you know, there's no hope of survival. This is how you died. Yeah, no, I got that. My thought was just like, if it depends on NPCs, it'll be honestly pretty upsetting. I mean, really what they need is they just need to not make the crops realistic. Make them, like, be reasonable about the time to expect people to be alive and doing stuff. I mean, to do everything, your character's not supposed to be able to do all the things? I mean, I've not been led to believe that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's extremely big grind to get everything, so most characters won't. But by that same stretch, we would also be able to argue your character's not meant to farm at all, because characters just don't live long enough to do that. I very genuinely think they were like, oh, let's make it realistic, and didn't really consider the implications of that. That they just, you know, are curious that people to kind of like rise to the challenge or whatever, and not that it makes any sense. 30%? I mean, that would work for the shorter crops, but the problem is, like, for example, the garlic, which is like 200-something days. Yeah, no, exactly. I think it's fair that they added it this way, but I do think it's very ambitious, is the way I'll phrase it. It is very ambitious. Me as well, the people who has the characters that I live longer than almost... Like, there's a very short list of people who have characters that live as long as mine, and, you know, get nearly as much in the way of skills as my characters do. And even I look at that and be like, 200-some days for a crop? I'm not gonna bother. Like, not only do I think it's not worth it, I'm literally not gonna bother, other than to do it once and be like, I grew something. But that amount of time is just not reasonable. Alright. I'd also argue people who play multiplayer have a tendency to live much...
for education, are we?
Self-care? What do you mean? Wait, what? Why do you keep posting self-care? Like, self-care what? Sleep? Darth. This is literally my normal, like, around my normal time I end, buddy. Like, this is my deliberate schedule. I work a third shift as a deliberate choice. It's a strategic choice. I wake up in the afternoon to accommodate this. I appreciate you're trying to get me to help myself and all that, but this is legitimately my schedule. But with that said, that was the day I was going to be ending up on. Because I did mention I wrap up around 4, and it's about 4:20. It's just the whole thing with Project Zomboid days taking half hour to 45 minutes. With that said, we will be back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I'm just double checking. Yeah, 7 p.m. EST. We will be doing Project Zomboid, picking up where we left off here. But for those who are watching over on YouTube, don't forget to drop a subscription and everything there, like the sub over there, which is the same as following on Twitch. Because I can't host out until we hit 1,000. So instead of taking you to go find someone else for you to check out, I have to just drop you because YouTube won't let me. So thank you again so much over there. And for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because we're going to go find someone for us to raid and all that good stuff. But with all that said, let me go ahead and put us on our ending.